questa è la posizione. È acceso ora? Prego tutti di accomodarsi, per favore. Stiamo per cominciare.
No, è il microfono blu. Uno deve stare qua.
Sa.
Preghiamo tutti di sedersi, così cominciamo. Un attimo soltanto, eh. Soltanto pochi secondi di attesa. Sì. No. A questo punto facciamo così. Sì. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. First of all, I would like to thank PIARC, ANAS, and ISCAT for organizing this workshop dedicated to such an important topic: how to make our roads increasingly green and increasingly resilient. In this room, there are the top leaders of the World Road Association. So many people from all over the world who work together with expertise and passion for free in a spirit of service to make our roads safer and more sustainable. It's with particular emotion that we host you in Rome, in the city where 2,000 years ago the Roman roads that reached the whole world were first built. It's a special privilege to host all of you in the Roman temple that 2,000 years ago Emperor Adrian dedicated to his wife, Vibia Sabina, a woman much loved by the people. This temple that today the Chamber of Commerce of Rome makes available to us. And now we move to the institutional greetings, and I give the floor to Edoardo Valente, ANAS and PIARC Italy President. Thank you, President.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to open this event, co-organized by PIARC Italy, ANAS, and ISCAT, with the sponsorship and collaboration of PIARC, the National Council of Engineers, the National Council of Geologists, the Order of Engineers of the Province of Rome, and the Foundation Order of Engineers of Rome. First of all, allow me to greet Enrico Maria Puia, head of the Department for Infrastructure and Transport Networks at the Ministry of Infrastructures and Transport. Thank you very much, Enrico, to be here with us in this very busy day. I would also like to thank the host, Lorenzo Tagliavanti, President of the Camera di Commercio of Rome, for the hospitality in this beautiful setting of the Temple of Vibia, Sabina, and Adriano. And also, thank you, Aldo Isi, CEO of ANAS, and Diego Cattoni, President of ISCAT, for co-organizing this important event. I also would like to welcome Nazir Halli, President of PIARC, Malika Seddi, Secretary General of ASCAP, Angelo Domenico Perrini, President of the National Council of Engineers, Massimo Cerri, President of the Council of the Order of Engineers of the Province of Rome, Emanuela Stocchi of ASCAT and member of the Executive Committee of PIARC, and Patrick Mayejac, Secretary General of PIARC, who will both close this workshop with their interventions. A special greetings to Claude Van Rooten, former President of PIARC. Thank you very much. I finally extend my warmest greetings to the moderators, speakers, and participants of today, all of the highest expertise. Today's seminar, as you know, will address two major matters of fundamental importance to policymakers and road networks managers. First, decarbonization of infrastructure and transportation, and road infrastructure resilience management. This workshop will see the participation of speakers representing road administrations and government institutions from all continents: Europe, Australia, India, Canada, Kazakhstan, Japan, Uganda, the United States, Austria, and the United Kingdom, and also Italian representatives from the academia and the highway and transportation industry. Today, we are going to talk about matters that testify our shared commitment to improving the carbon footprint of road infrastructure and ensuring its resilience to guarantee a safe and sustainable mobility. Looking at the audience and at the personalities who will participate in the debates, I can say with certainty that all of us have already been working to change the way we plan and implement decarbonized and resilient infrastructure and mobility systems. We do this with a view to sustainable development, to deal with the climate crisis, and to benefit from technological innovation and the new techniques and materials that research and innovation make available to us. Today, more than ever, it is of vital importance to increase the safety and resilience of our transport infrastructure, including through its active and predictive monitoring, as well as working to improve the sustainability of all road transport sector in accordance with the recent EU directives. We need to support our country's economy by working to enable the safe transit of goods on our roads, and we need to make sure that our infrastructure and all users are secured. This is the path we are also following in ANAS, in line with the objectives defined by Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. We are implementing all measures to support the transition to decarbonization and resilience, thanks in part to an extensive program of energy saving and thanks to the monitoring of our infrastructure by means of extremely advanced techniques and technologies, including satellite and digitalization of our road. In relation to this last topic, we are reasoning about the best solution and strategies. Our goal, which we believe can also be an objective of PIARC, it is to obtain an European legislation or I think European standards, better world guidelines that push towards some more advanced industrial solutions compared to the current ones in terms of the recycling of materials, in maintenance process and the realization of infrastructure, as well as the adoption of higher safety standards related to roads and traffic signals. In these respects, today's international exchange, which is the reason for PIARC's very existence, can be an important value for all of us on the road to the highest sustainability and safety of the road users we all serve. I wish you all the best of luck in your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Valente. And now we give the floor to Diego Cattoni, President of ISCAT, the Association of Italian Concessionary Companies for Highways and Tunnels.
Thank you. Thank you for this organization, this beautiful place, and to honorate this place I would like to speak in my mother language, così continuerò la mia presentazione in italiano, che so che c'è anche la traduzione. Grazie.
Will continue my presentation in Italian.
Primo aspetto, mi associo anch'io ai saluti che ha portato il Presidente Edoardo Valente ai partecipanti, in particolare ad Aldo Isi, che lo vedo seduto in prima fila, l'amministratore delegato di ANAS, Ali Naziri, il Presidente mondiale del PIARC, Claude Van Roen, il Past President PIARC, Malajak, il Segretario Generale, Malika Seddi, Segretario Generale di ASECAP, poi il Dottor Enrico Maria Puia del Ministero delle Infrastrutture italiano, Angelo Domenico Perrini e Massimo Cerri dell'Ordine degli Ingegneri.
I wish first to thank you for being all here. Especially I would like to extend my greetings to Mr. Valente, the President of PIARC Italy, and I wish to extend my greetings to Mr. Nasilai, the World President of PIARC, and to the past President, to the Secretary General of ASECAT, to Mr. Puia from the Ministry of Infrastructures and Transports, to Mr. Perrini, to Mr. Cerri, and to all of you, the personalities being here gathered this morning.
Il primo aspetto che volevo esporre è quel concetto che è internazionale e empirico, che dove c'è mobilità c'è sviluppo. Ce l'hanno insegnato anche gli antichi romani, dove lo sviluppo dell'impero era legato anche a tutte le strade che portavano a Roma. Ce l'ha insegnato anche l'economista francese Friedrich Bastiat, quando diceva che dove non passano le merci passano gli eserciti. Ce lo insegnano adesso anche in maniera empirica le valutazioni macroeconomiche, perché se andiamo a verificare sulle mappe del mondo dove c'è la maggior produzione industriale o la maggior ricchezza è dove c'è la maggior concentrazione di mobilità.
Now, I would like to describe a first concept. That is, wherever you have mobility, there is development. This was a concept which was already present in the mind of the ancient Romans with all the roads starting and getting to Rome and spreading all over the empire. This is all the more true by the words of the French economist Bastiat, who says that where there is no freight traveling, there are armies and soldiers traveling. And this is confirmed by the macroeconomic visions, which say that wherever there is production, there is a concentration of roads and motor roads and connections.
All'interno del mondo della mobilità, la strada, rappresentata anche dal mondo del PIARC, rappresenta il cuore della mobilità. In Italia abbiamo quasi l'80% della mobilità terrestre delle persone fisiche che utilizza la strada e delle merci di questo paese che è un produttore industriale importante e che della propria produzione che esporta all'estero ne fa anche un vanto. Ci sono quantità notevoli, l'80% transita su strada. Di questo 80% la parte più rilevante, la quasi totalità, transita attraverso le autostrade, il mondo che è rappresentato da ISCAT.
And concerning the mobility sector, roads are really at the heart of the core of this sector. And especially in Italy, where 80% of freight is transported through land, so land is used for transporting both people and freight. And as you know, Italy is an important industrial producer, and most of the freight and the export are transported through roads.
In prossimi anni nel solo settore autostradale in Italia, nei prossimi 15-20 anni, per effetto di nuovi investimenti e di importanti manutenzione, poiché la rete autostradale è stata costruita in oltre 50 anni fa, siamo stati tra i primi costruttori di autostrade in Europa, ci saranno investimenti in un range estremamente importante fra i 60 e i 100 billion di investimenti che hanno un impatto di 4 volte sul PIL. Quindi questo è un settore trainante per il sistema economico, qualsiasi sistema economico. Quindi l'importanza di avere una rete stradale, autostradale, efficiente ed equilibrata con le dimensioni del sistema produttivo, della mobilità delle persone, è necessariamente un fattore di sviluppo dei territori che le strade attraversano.
Over the next 15-20 years, there's going to be a very important share of new investment for maintenance of the road sector in Italy, and most roads were built about 50-60 years ago. And this investment is to be provided is about will range between 60 and 100 million euros, with an impact multiplied by 4 on the overall GDP of the country. Now, roads are one of the leading sectors of the most relevant of the leverages for economy, and it is of a paramount importance having an efficient and well-balanced road sector and infrastructures, which is meant to be a factor for further development of the country.
Le tematiche degli incontri che ci saranno oggi, che riguardano le autostrade a emissioni zero, collegate anche alle autostrade a incidenti zero, sono il presente e il futuro che ci attendono. Importanti evoluzioni sono già state fatte e altrettante sono in corso in un periodo breve che rivoluzioneranno anche il mondo della mobilità. Ricordo che in Europa i dati che sono stati forniti dalla Commissione europea ci indicano che il 25% delle emissioni di CO2 in Europa derivano dal mondo della mobilità. Di questo 25% il 70% viene dal mondo della strada e dal mondo della strada il 60% viene dalle automobili. Poi c'è anche l'importante calcolo che viene riportato da più media, tra questi anche l'autorevole Sole 24 Ore, ci ricorda che se andiamo a vedere le emissioni planetarie di CO2, l'impatto di quello delle automobili in Europa sul totale dell'emissione è di circa l'1%. Quindi questa rivoluzione della transizione ecologica della strada è importante, ma bisogna avere anche l'equilibrio sul sistema economico e comprendere bene che cosa significa negli impatti del sistema produttivo, visto che la rilevanza sulle emissioni globali a livello planetario non è determinante e rilevante. Il nostro settore, quello autostradale, ha già iniziato questa transizione ecologica e cercando di stimolare la domanda attraverso l'offerta. Offerta di cosa? Offerta delle ricariche per le autovetture elettriche, sia quelle a batteria, sia quelle elettriche a idrogeno, e potenzialmente l'evoluzione sarà particolarmente sull'idrogeno verde, sia anche per quelle per i motori tradizionali endotermici con i combustibili rinnovabili.
The themes today are zero emission vehicles and zero death. And this is to be the future. Of course, there are a lot of things to do. Quite many things have been done until now, but the future ahead is full of new things to do and provide. Now, in Europe, data say that 25% of CO2 emissions are coming from mobility, and 75% out of this 25% are coming from the roads, and 60% of this last share is coming from vehicles, from cars. Now, there has been some computation which have been presented by the media, which states that the CO2 emissions globally have an impact of 1% for general pollution, and this pollution is provided especially by cars. Therefore, it is of paramount importance to provide this ecological transition and this balancing and this offsetting for the economic systems. And it is very important to understand the impact all this can have for our future. Now, the roads started this transition to stimulate transition through demand by providing recharge both from electric cars and green hydrogen fueled cars. Therefore, the evolution, especially for hydrogen and green hydrogen, is fundamental together with the evolution for the standard cars.
Thank you. And I'm very proud about these days that we have here, because we have a strong contamination with many different countries, many sensibility about the mobility that we have in the world. So these are good information that we can reach today in these days with this meeting, and I'm happy about what does it happen today in the contamination between everybody that is sitting in this room. Thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you, President Cattoni. Thank you very much. The Italian Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport is strongly committed to make our roads increasingly sustainable and safe. I give the floor to Enrico Maria Puia, Head of the Department of Infrastructure and Transport Networks of the Ministry of Infrastructures and Transport. Thank you, Enrico, my friend, Enrico.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here today in this important meeting organized by PIARC Italy, ANAS, and ISCAT, with the sponsorship and the collaboration of PIARC World Road Association, the National Council of Engineers, the National Council of Geologists, the Order of Engineers of the Province of Roma, and the Foundation Order of Engineers of Roma. Allow me, first of all, to bring you the greetings of Minister Matteo Salvini, Vice President of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, who was not able to attend today, as he would have hoped. And this gathering that deals with such important matters. Allow me now to thank myself, Lorenzo Traviglianti, President of Roma Camera di Commercio, which is hosting us in this wonderful place, and for their authoritative presence, Edoardo Valente, President of ANAS and PIARC Italy, Aldo Isi, CEO of ANAS, Diego Cantoni, President of ISCAT, Nazir Ali, President of PIARC, Malika Seddi, Secretary General of ASECAP, Angelo Domenico Perrini, President of the National Council of Engineers, Massimo Cerri, President of Council of the Order of Engineers of Province of Roma, and all the other prestigious speakers who will interview after me. Let me also extend a warm greeting to the so many people that see in this beautiful place, and also to those connected, speaking in this workshop today. Many of these come from road administration, the governmental institution from all around the world, and the national representatives from academia and from the Italian highway and transportation sector. It's a privilege to be here together with ANAS, which is a member of PIARC. It is of fundamental importance to promote international cooperation on specific matters, such as the decarbonization of infrastructure and transport and resilience management of road infrastructure. On this matter, the Minister is at the forefront of ensuring that the transition of sustainable mobility is managed, accompanied, and explained to road users. A transition that is inevitable and must be achieved with determination, but which must be guided and must be timed in a good way and with resources available. Of course, available at the moment. We are talking about matters that need a response of global and coordinated as possible, and in this I focus on the importance of PIARC as the oldest international association on policy and management of road networks. PIARC promotes progress in the road field in all its aspects, include the research carried out by different countries, whether events impact infrastructure, and aware of these managers have to deploy all their best technical innovation so to improve the resilience and safety of infrastructure with one goal in mind: the preservation, even on the road, of human life. Safety, of course, is always first. I will conclude by wishing everyone good work and thank you again for your attention. Have a good continuation for your work. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrico. The World Road Association, PIARC, is the oldest and most important association dealing with roads. I give the floor to Nazir Ali, PIARC President. Thank you, Nazir.
Good morning, everyone, friends, colleagues, and hopefully new friends as we leave here this afternoon. Thank you very much, Domenico. First of all, I do regard this as not just an honor, but it's a privilege to be standing here today in this august audience that we are participating. I may also say thank you on behalf of PIARC for inviting us here today. Now, in a building, if you just think about, first let me say that all protocol is observed. If I'm going to start pronouncing the names of the people, I'm going to mess it up. So please, my apologies that I'm not naming people, and we say that all protocol is observed. We're in a building here today. It's a legacy. It's a 2,000-year-old building. Perhaps that we too should be thinking of what kind of legacy is it that we, amongst us collectively, will be leaving behind. What will the future generations come to and have a look at and have this marvelous and marvel at a building like this? And I always wonder when we go to these older buildings and that, when you look at it, they didn't necessarily have all the theories of structures with them. It wasn't there. But here we are in a building which is 2,000 years old. So what kind of legacy are we going to be leaving behind for the future generations that are going to come? I don't think that we are going to leave buildings like this around. When I look at what we're doing these days, the big bridges we build and everything else that we do, I wonder if 2,000 years later, there will be any of those to say those people over there had left us behind. But there's a huge opportunity for us to leave a legacy behind. And we need to understand, and we accept it, I'm sure that we all accept it, that in the name of progress, we haven't really looked after the environment. But we call that progress. And today, we are now applying our minds and struggling with the issues in terms of how do we clean up. Let me put it politely and mildly, the mess that we've made in the name of progress. The air that we breathe in today, it's an unhealthy air that we breathe in. But what I'm very pleased about, that Pierre has taken the lead in this issue, with Fabio now leading us as the theme coordinator on decarbonization, but also decarbonization has cross-cutting issues that they will be looking at as well. I'm hoping, Fabio, that the work that we will do under your leadership in this current cycle that we're going to, that's the legacy that we will leave behind. The people will look at us and say that that's the generation which cleaned up the mess they made up, and this is what we are living in. With that, again, I want to say thank you very much for inviting us today. Fabio, you have a long listing, you have a really major task. And you're helping us as humanity, not only as PR, but as humanity in terms of what we're going to leave behind. And I'm sure that with the support that we're getting from Anas and everybody else from the Italian National Committee, we are going to make a success of this. And maybe even in our lifetime, 10, 15 years later, people will say, at least they tried. And this is the result they're leaving. So thank you very much, everybody, and I wish you this successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasir. And now I give the floor to Malika Seddi, Secretary General of ASECAP, the European Association of Concessionary Companies for Toll Motorways, Bridge and Tunnels. Thank you, Malika.
Thank you, Domenico. Buongiorno a tutti. I'm really happy and very pleased to be here today, and I would like to thank Anas, President of Anas, and also Pierre President and ISCAT President Diego Catoni, for giving me the opportunity to be here today and to share with you some thoughts. My name is Malika Seddi, and I'm the General Secretary of ASECAP. For people who are not familiar with ASECAP, just briefly, a brief presentation. ASECAP is the European Association of Toll Road Operators in 19 countries. They represent 128 toll motorway company, tunnel and bridges, employing more than 44,000 people in direct jobs and 2,000 people in indirect jobs. They operate, maintain, build, and manage a network of more than 82,000 kilometers. The annual revenue collected by ASECAP members is 32.6 billion euros. Of course, this important revenues is used to finance the network, to operate the network, to refund the debts, and also to make continuous investments. On that revenue, briefly 8.4 billion euros are reinvested on a yearly basis. And for 2022, that is the figures, it is 1 more billion than the previous year compared to 2021. Just the VAT alone represents 5.5 billion euros, which are, directly given to the member states. And we also have fiscal returns, and altogether that represents 14 billion euros that is provided to member states. So, and to also manage any other social priorities. The theme of today, which has been already recalled by our previous speakers, is decarbonized and resilient road infrastructure to enhance sustainable mobility. What we have ahead, and it has already been recalled by previous speakers, the climate change challenges is a hot topic. We already had some guidance from Europe in the Green Deal and also at worldwide level with the Paris Agreement in order to limit global warming to 2 degrees Celsius and even more ambitious to limit it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that is a very challenging, let's say, point that we have for the future. What needs to be done and what needs to be managed? We see that more and more urban and peri-urban cities are growing with more and more people living in. That means that we have also to manage the mobility around the countries. Time for consuming, congestion, air pollutions are increasing in our cities. Sorry. So the appeal for mobility, personal mobility, has never been more higher than it is today. This is a fact. People are still moving, and the mobility is really used on a daily basis, providing to people the possibility to go to work, to hospital, to school, to education. So we all have the challenge to make really the inclusive mobility solution with road transport being the key component of such inclusiveness. So, as I said, traffic is growing exponentially every year, and we are also facing warmer time day after day and years after years. It has already been recalled by President Catoni. The 75% of people are moving by roads, just for their daily needs, and more than 85% of traffic, freight traffic, is made by roads. So this is a fact. And the share, the predominant share is roads, and it's not going to decrease. This is what we see in our studies, in our traffic survey and data that we collect every year. The curve is not decreasing, but we see that it's even increasing. So more transport is not remains the highest emissions of greenhouse gas. So, I mean, the vehicles traveling on roads. So this is the point. So we need to decrease the CO2 emissions. So what we do, and I think that during the day we will hear from other speakers, we need to decarbonize roads. The only way to reduce CO2 emission is really to act and see what can be done really to limit the CO2 emissions. So in our constructions, in our renewal of roads, in our modernization. So we need really to see how we can reach net zero by really acting on road infrastructure and by deploying alternative fuel deployment network, and also to see how we can, on a daily basis, reduce in our operational and maintenance service things. And also to promote new mobility usage. This is also something we need to reflect on, to develop carpooling, car sharing, and also to use the road as a public transport system, to really see what we can develop to have the road as a full system. So ASECAP is really convinced that there would be no decarbonization, no climate change limitation without fast road decarbonization, and that the user polluter pay principle is really the basis and could be really seen as an asset to finance new investment and to internalize the polluter pays principle. So huge investments are needed, that is for sure. It will not be done just by chance. We really have to make a great effort on road investments, and toll road should be seen as one of the solutions financing the ecological transition and transport and mobility. So in ASECAP, we also have put in the last couple of years a sustainability task force, which is led by my colleague and friend Emmanuel Astoki in our association, and that is to measure the progress that we make in the sustainability report and to see all the KPIs that we have defined all together and see the evolution. So to clearly see if we are good in implementing alternative fuel development network, if we are good in implementing new energy, clean energy solution, hydrogen network, and so on. So the projects are outlined, the KPIs are outlined in the report, and we will also issue the next report in 2024 that obviously I will share with all the international organizations, PIARC, IRF, IBGTA. So I would like once more to thank Mr. Eduardo Valente, Domenico Coco, Nazir Ali, and Diego Catoni, and my dear friend Emma, and Patrick Maléjac for giving me the opportunity to make this short statement. I wish you a good day, and I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Malika. Today's workshop is also a relevant training event. Engineers, architects, and geologists will be able to improve their technical knowledge and obtain training credits. For all this, PIARC Italy wishes to thank the National Council of Engineers, the National Council of Geologists, and the Order of Engineers of Rome. I give the floor to Angelo Domenico Perrini, President of the Italian National Engineer Council. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dear all, dear colleagues, it is with great pleasure that I take part in the opening session of this international conference on decarbonized and resilient road infrastructure, bringing you all also the greetings from the World National Council of Italian Engineers. Global warming issues have changed the political agenda of many governments and supranational political unions like EU. In recent years, global efforts to reduce emissions and environmental impact have strongly increased, as evidenced by the industrial economy's commitment to meet net zero emissions by 2050. This deadline is a significant push worldwide to lower emissions and minimize environmental risks. According to NASA, the global temperature has increased by about 1.2 Celsius degree or 2.2 Fahrenheit degree since the late 19th century, with most of the warming occurring in the last few decades, and the last decade, 2010-2019, has been the warmest on record, with 2016 and 2020 tied as the hottest years ever recorded or measured. The aim of meeting net zero emissions by the next 26 years is particularly notable in the area of road infrastructure, where nearly €1 trillion is expected to be invested annually for the next 2 decades, positioning sustainable roads infrastructures as the second largest area of green investment, along with the energetic sustainability. According to the World Economic Forum, road transport is accountable for about 15% of total worldwide CO2 emissions and 74% of total transportation emissions. The aim of decarbonization roads is leading roads developers to be significant drivers of demand for construction materials and equipment that have a substantial carbon footprint. Such big amount of wildlife investment can be a big opportunity also for engineers. In Italy, roads needs to be renewed. Most of them were built between 1950 and 1960. Most of them were built during the economic boom, and they are now considered among the oldest in Europe, averaging 15 years older than other European infrastructures. This wake-up call for all of us, various stakeholders such as road users, governments, and investors must invest and innovate to pursue the green transition in road transport. As President of National Council of Italian Engineers, and along with the other members of the Council, we struggle to be at the forefront on the roads of change and green transition, to build bigger bridges for a better and a brighter future. With this approach, and also looking at the wide variety of topics that will be covered during this international conference, we can understand the willingness and capability of the engineers' profession to take up major challenges. I wish you a fruitful and successful conference, and I thank you for the attention.
Thank you, President. ANAS, the Italian Road Authority, is at the forefront of making the roads, its roads, more digital, more sustainable and safer. I give the floor to Aldo Isi, ANAS CEO. Thank you, Aldo.
Good morning, everyone. I will speak in Italian. Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti. Un ringraziamento a chi ha parlato prima di me e chi ci ospita. Un saluto particolare al Presidente Valente, al Presidente Cattoni e a Nazir Alli, ovviamente a Domenico Crocchio e a tutta la squadra di PIARC.
Good morning, everybody, and I wish to thank all of those who made this event possible, and especially for those who are hosting us. First and foremost, I wish to thank President Edoardo Valente, President Nazir Ali, and Mr. Cattoni, and all those who are participating here.
Un pensiero particolare e un ringraziamento al Ministero delle Infrastrutture e dei Trasporti, rappresentato qui dal Dottor Puia e dal Dottor Morisco, che ci hanno accompagnato in un percorso importante che è il nostro nuovo contratto di programma.
A special thanks to the Ministry of Infrastructures of Italy, and especially to Mr. Puia and Mr. Morisco who are here today, because they just partnered us for an important process of renewing the contract program.
È questo il documento base per la pianificazione industriale di ANAS, che con 32.000 km di strade ha una grande responsabilità di porsi il tema di come sarà la viabilità dei prossimi anni, di avere una visione condivisa sulle tematiche della sostenibilità ambientale.
And this is a very important paper for Italy, because it is actually the planning based on which ANAS will manage and operate 32,000 kilometers of roads, and ANAS has a liability and the responsibility for the mobility and the vision of mobility for the future.
Il messaggio più importante credo che venga da questa giornata di lavoro. È una giornata nella quale noi condividiamo delle best practice, condividiamo dei modi di pensare, di progettare le strade del futuro e ci poniamo dei punti di domanda, degli interrogativi, delle risposte su quelle che sono le tematiche più importanti per il nostro Paese. La prima delle quali è sicuramente la sicurezza delle persone, che passa attraverso la sicurezza delle infrastrutture e la sostenibilità delle infrastrutture.
And the important message for this day of works here is the fact that we have to share the best practice and share plans and design for the mobility of the future. And we have to bring answers and response, which are very important for all of us for the future. And also the focus has to be safety of people, safety of infrastructures for a safe mobility in the future.
Io vi ringrazio e vi auguro buon lavoro.
Thank you and wish good work today.
Thank you, Aldo. And now I give the floor to Massimo Cerri, President of the Council of the Order of Engineers of the province of Rome. Thank you, Massimo.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the invitation to this significant event, and I would like to thank Domenico Crocco, PIARC Italy First Delegate and Secretary General, and ANAS Manager of International and Institutional Affairs. And thanks Eduardo Valente, President of ANAS and PIARC Italy. Thank you. And Diego Cattoni, ISCAT President, and also greet the General Director, Dr. Puglia, of the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, and my President, Angelo Perrini, the President of the Italian National Engineering Council, Aldo Isi, the CEO of ANAS, and Nasir Ali, PIARC President, and Malika Seddi, thank you, Asia Cup Secretary General. What these years of collaboration between the Order of Engineers of Province of Rome and PIARC have taught us is that the concept of infrastructure has evolved. The road is no longer just bitumen and asphalt. It is primarily technology that manages data, information, and elements essential to ensure its use according to the highest standards of safety, comfort, and sustainability. We are witnessing a revolution in the concept of mobility itself, based on communication and the connection of vehicles. Thanks to technological advances and smart engineering, new solutions are emerging that can make roads more efficient. Autonomous and connected vehicles are now a reality and have the potential to change the routes of the industry, and electric vehicles are starting to become a commonplace. All these technologies must necessarily operate on a fundamental and universal platform, the roads. The innovation of road infrastructure must keep pace with the technological advances connecting vehicles, otherwise the high level of traffic growth will remain a massive problem for all the countries, and the true potential of such technologies will not be realized in any way. The remarkable speed of development in the automotive sector towards an increasingly autonomous vehicles demands an urgent acceleration of both the transformation of road infrastructure at all levels and the regulations. Transitioning from the level of a connected car, such as driverless car, to higher levels of vehicle autonomy, assisted driving, autonomous driving, necessarily requires a transformation of road infrastructure. We are facing a transformation of Italy and Europe that requires urgently and necessarily the adoption of a long-term, coordinating, shared development plan, within which each stakeholder must play a precise and participatory role. So, we engineers are ready to give our contribute to the definition of a development strategy, a path that leads to the full realization of smart roads and intelligent mobility. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And now, after the opening of our workshop, we move to the first session dedicated to decarbonization, which will be moderated by Emanuela Stocchi, to whom I give the floor. Thank you all, thank you Emanuela, and good work.
I have this one. Thank you so much, Domenico, for your kind words. Good morning, everyone, those here in the room and those connected remotely. I'm particularly happy that today we discuss these important issues of decarbonization and resilience of road infrastructure after 2 days of intense working meeting with the Executive Committee of PIARC. We were all together, and we discussed these issues that are really key pillars for our PIARC 2024-2027 strategic plan. They are issues that look forward, that look to the future, and that reflect the commitment and the vision of our association for the coming years. We have a tight schedule for this session. So without any further ado, I invite all the speakers to come here and to take a seat. So I'm inviting Fabio Pasquali, PIARC Strategic Coordinator for Decarbonization, Sanjay Kumar Nirmal, member of the Executive Committee of PIARC and Indian Road Congress Secretary General, Giovanni Federico De Santi, President of the Italian Technical Committee 3.5, and Joshua Larocque from Canada, also member of the Executive Committee of PIARC. We will have also 2 remote connections from Kazakhstan and US. We have Orazio Baglieri, Alexander Balker, also from ASFINAG and Executive Committee, and Massimo Marciani, Freight Leader Council President and President of the Italian Technical Committee 2.3 Sustainable Freight and Transport. As I was saying, we will try in this session and in the following one to dive more deeply into the PIARC and single national strategies on decarbonization and then on resilience. So we wanted this mix of members of the Executive Committee of PIARC coming from different countries and also representatives of our technical committees. I would like to start with our keynote speaker, Fabio Pasquali. Fabio, already Nazir was mentioning you. You have been appointed PIARC Strategic Coordinator for Decarbonization, so a key and pivotal role for our association. You will tell us more about that and also your vision on how to look at better framing the new role of the National Road Administration in the process of decarbonization of the road sector. So Fabio, you have the floor, and I invite the technician to take on board your presentation. Please, Fabio.
Thank you, Emanuela. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, let me thank all the partners who made available this event. It's an honor to introduce this international conference where the challenge is not about the what, which we can assume is known to all the public, but about the how and about the who. Next, please. No, well, sorry, I got it. Okay, great. The decarbonization of our economic and social system is necessary and urgent for everyone. But while other large sectors that contribute to climate-altering gas emissions, think, for instance, of agriculture and the use of private and public buildings, seem almost camouflaged to the public opinion, the transport and the road sector must not only play its part in the framework of decarbonization. We can say that in this, it must start almost from a defensive position and reclaim its strategic and irreplaceable role as a provider of free mobility, one of common goods central to our lives. Decarbonization requires abandoning the business-as-usual scheme, having to move from a usual organizational model to a new and different paradigm. It's inevitable that the actors, drivers, variables, and actions are many and different, and none of them, like in any match played by a team, can think of winning alone. We can identify 4 main areas in which a homogeneous group of actors can play the role described in this and in the next slide. First, the users, with their behavior and their mobility choices. Second, the industry, which includes companies that produce means of transport or contribute to the creation of infrastructures, and technology in a general sense. Technology which partly materializes in industry and partly in the free push for innovation that comes from various sources, both private and public. Third, institutions, international, national, and local, which have many relevant tools to determine the behaviors of other actors. Fourth and final, the NRA, National Road Administration, bodies and road and motorway companies, both public and private. Next, please.
You have the remote control.
You're right,
yeah.
it's my role,
Do it
yes.
yourself.
Okay. I would like to reassure you, we will not review all those actors and ways in which they play a role with respect to greenhouse gas emissions and their reduction. Our attention focuses on the possible role of NRAs with respect to these levers and drivers. Let's recall the classification of the PESTEL matrix, which identifies the political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental factors that an institution faces. The NRA roles can be as leaders, influencers, or simply followers. In these two slides, a circle highlights the areas in which the NRA can play a role, either direct or indirect. There is some space for them in the users' choices and supplies of efficient mobility services, as well as in the technology area. And finally, the area in which the NRA has a central role includes the activities that fall under its contractual responsibility in a complex framework in which its power ranges from the standard setting to smart procurement or other activities, or to the moral suasion of all the other stakeholders. NRA itself is a factory. The reference framework, well known to all European colleagues present here, is that of the so-called Taxonomy Directive 852 of 2020. The directive requires each production entity above a certain threshold to identify Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions as outlined in the figure. Impacts deriving from direct or equivalent energy uses are added to the impacts deriving from upstream and downstream relationships. The type of activity and the relevance of the impacts then lead to classifying the company in a certain way, and its classification is of fundamental importance, inter alia, for the purposes of accessing to European Community financial sources. As is known, the taxonomy classification methods penalize the road sector, which by definition hosts vehicles without being able to select them, and is therefore identified as an infrastructure that allows emissions to be introduced into the system. This, even though the road factory itself is responsible for a much smaller impact than many industrial plants. Although it represents an important step forward, the taxonomy does not capture all the reality that is important to know or define. In fact, it photographs the situation today, that is, what was documented in the balance sheet, and measures its impacts, but does not take into account the general context of reference and the possibilities for development. If one of the core parameters is the measurement of emissions from vehicles using the road, or the fact that the roads host fuel tanker trucks, we focus only on the negative externalities and don't take into account the positive ones linked to the road. PIRC's reaction to the emergence and the urgency of decarbonization in the road sector was to accept the challenge of knowledge and collaboration in two ways. The first, a special project was completed in 2023, which led to the presentation at the World Road Congress in Prague and the subsequent publication of a report, Carbon Neutrality in the Road Sector. The report collects the best decarbonization policies at the general and specific level, the mean automotive technology associated with significant GHG reduction, the emergency technologies, and the result that today have been achieved through their application. The analysis is completed by a series of case studies which summarize a set of indications in which the NRA is the fulcrum of the action. We will get later on these conclusions. The second challenge of PIRC concerns the 2024-2027 strategic plan, within which a space was created for two new thematic committees relating to decarbonization, One with a focus on mobility policies, uses and behaviors, circulation of electric vehicles integrated into infrastructures and energy production. The other with a focus on decarbonization technology in the different phases of design, construction, maintenance, and operation of road and motorway networks. Furthermore, a third new TC addresses the response to climate change from the perspective of adaptation. In practice, the final lines of the above described spatial project represent the mandate of the activity of these committees. In the next 3-4 years, they will dive deeper into those issues and bring them to the maximum level of analysis, knowledge, and dissemination. Also, thanks to the action of the Strategic Coordinator for Decarbonization, a position created for the 4-year term that I have the honor of keeping, and after having heard what Nazir said, I must success. Anyhow, let's get to our last slide. Coming to the conclusion of the last slide, which is the agenda for decarbonization in the short and medium term for road and motorway agencies and companies. Well, there is no time to develop each of these topics, and therefore we can conclude with just some keywords. At national level, which is the right side of the slide, at national level, awareness on the part of all actors, institutions, companies, private individuals, and the need to act now. Integration between different actions and policies, remembering that some developments are connected to each other, and results that require time and gradual processes of behavioral change. For the national road authorities, decarbonization must not be an activity alongside others, something like a new department, but must animate all its activities, must be transversal, indeed pervasive. The role that the NRAs can play in this process is important. Therefore, it seems necessary to adopt proactive and ambitious behaviors, moving where possible from the role of follower to that of influencer and even leader. Knowledge and skills must increase among NRA staff. Better knowledge of materials, processes, and effects is needed. Otherwise, employees cannot become agents of change. Knowledge must be shared because the challenge of technology is to save our planet. This is a complex process, but PIRC intends to be a precursor in this transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio, for your contribution. So you have a tight working program. You are also mentioning taxonomy, the European taxonomy, this system of classification of investments according to the sustainability appeal. So we see that sustainability and decarbonization is also the top priority of European Union and worldwide. And talking about worldwide, we move our journey to, we continue our journey to India. So I invite Sanjay Kumar Nirmal, member of the Executive Committee of PIRC and Secretary General of the Indian Road Congress. Sanjay, you will present to us the Indian perspective on decarbonization, taking also into account that India is one of the largest and fastest growing economies in that area, so it plays a leading role in the decarbonization process. You have the floor, Sanjay.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am grateful to PIRC Italy and especially Emanuela to give us this opportunity to share Indian experience and efforts made by India towards decarbonization. So first of all, before I come to decarbonization, let me just give you about the road network of India. In fact, we have 6.67 million kilometer length of road network, which is second largest after USA. And as per our pace of development, by end of this year or early next year, we will be the largest road network in the world. Though national highways accounts for just 2.2% of the entire network, that is only 146,000 kilometers, but it is carrying more than 40% of the traffic, passenger traffic, and about 70% of the freight traffic. So that is a kind of overstressing on the national highways. And we have a very ambitious road development program which started about 2 decades back. And for last couple of years, it has taken a huge pace. And more than 10,000 kilometer length of highways, national highways are being constructed every year. And last year, we have constructed 12,200 kilometer length of national highways. And the expenditure every year which we are making on national highways alone is more than $30 billion every year we are spending. And now we have made a very ambitious program for access controlled expressways. 50,000 kilometer length we are planning to construct in the next, by 2037, that is next 13, 14 years, we will complete 50,000 kilometer new access controlled expressways. That is the road ahead for us. Now when we talk about the decarbonization, in fact, as we all know that it is basically reducing carbon dioxide emissions to mitigate climate change. India is third largest emitter of greenhouse gases after China and USA globally, and primarily it is due to our heavy reliance on coal for energy generation. And India, as one of the largest and fastest growing economies, we have to play a very crucial role in global decarbonization efforts. Now, around 70% of the freight movement and 90% of the passenger movement in India is attributed to the road sector alone, as per modal split. And the transport sector accounts for 70% and 99% of total high-speed diesel and petrol consumption. In fact, entire petrol consumption is on the transport sector. And annual emission, which what we are seeing ahead is that from transport, we estimate that by 2050, we will have 1164 million tons of emission of from transport sector alone. And this will be more than 19% of the total emission. That is what we are foreseeing in future. Now, when we talk about the Indian scenario about the decarbonization, transport sector is one of the leading contributor to India's greenhouse gas emissions and is responsible for 14% of the India's total energy-related CO2 emission. Within transport, when we talk about the road sector, then road transport in CO2 emission contribution is 88%. That is maximum, more than roughly 90% is coming only from the road sector. And the current CO2 emission level from the road sector, if you estimated, is 457 million ton. And by 2030, it will be more than double. That is 996 million ton CO2 emissions will be there in next 6 years. So that is a very huge problem for us. And bulk of the carbon emissions are released during operation phase. When we talk about the road sector, construction, maintenance, and operation, when we talk about the operation phase, that is where the maximum emission takes place. That is 87 to 95%. And for when we talk about the national highway network, so national highways, they contribute CO2 emissions of 140 million ton, and which is likely to be 300 million ton by the end of 2030. So that is a huge challenge for us. Now, when we see the growth of CO2 emission, how it is increasing, and every year, I mean, we are seeing that there is a continuous increase, and by 2050, we will have, 2035, we will have 1,200 million ton of CO2 emissions. So that is a kind of huge problem of CO2 emissions in India. And this is when we talk about the different phases, then we see that the operation phase is the maximum, the contribution, and construction maintenance is very little. But we have to do a little bit effort. So Indian Road Congress is a national committee, and we have done our efforts towards containing this construction and maintenance phase of road sector. Operation phase is being done by the government of India in different efforts they have made, so that I will also discuss. Now, adopting carbon efficient technologies during highway construction and maintenance and operation will reduce emission by 20 to 40% as compared to the business as usual scenario. And there is an urgent need for preparing the standards, guidelines, and enabling documents to promote low carbon technologies, and use of innovative and cost-effective carbon efficient technologies need to be incentivized to promote this in use of highway project, because we have a very ambitious highway project, so we have to contain that. And our national committee, which I am representing, that Indian Road Congress, we have a dedicated committee only on the reduction of carbon footprint. And that committee is making all the efforts to bring out all these new technologies and carbon efficient technologies in the mainstream. So this committee has contributed about 14 documents in the last about 10 years. So the important documents are on use of waste plastic in hot bituminous mixes, use of cold mix technology in construction maintenance, guideline for warm mix asphalt, then guideline for gap graded wearing courses with rubberized bitumen, then use of construction demolition waste, then through design of flexible pavement, various technology which are reduction of carbon footprint that we have prepared in this document, then the recycling of bituminous pavement, then guideline for stabilized pavements, because most of the pavement now we are using that commercial chemical stabilizers for stabilized pavement. Then use of iron, steel, copper slag, we are already made the guideline and we are using it. And many projects, highways we are using on pilot basis, but rural roads we have used extensively. Then there is a new guideline on rating for green highways, which technology is more effective. So that rating guideline also is there. Then guideline for use of indigenous jute geotextile use in highways, then indigenous coir geotextile use in highways, then use of industrial waste for road embankment and subgrade. Then another very important guideline is guideline on reducing carbon footprint of road projects. All the technologies, how much they contribute towards the carbon footprint reduction. So that is that's 2022 we have prepared this guideline. So these are some of the efforts which have been made by Indian Road Congress in the construction operation phase. Now, Government of India has also taken a lot of efforts. So first of all, we have increased focus on electric mobility with policy through purchase of government vehicles. In fact, Government of India has taken a decision that all government vehicles will be on electric mode only. So that already it is in place for last 2 years. Then promising adoption of electric vehicles in two-wheeler and three-wheeler segment, and more than 90% of the two-wheelers and three-wheelers are on electric mode. And we have taken a policy decision on increasing charging infrastructure throughout the highways and important cities. Then extensive use of CNG vehicles has been made compulsory. In fact, Delhi, in our capital of India, that is Delhi, entire public transport is on CNG. So 100% it is on CNG, and now we are introducing electric buses. Now R&D has been initiated for alternate fuels as hydrogen and natural gas. In fact, many industries have come already on hydrogen, use of hydrogen, and they are doing a lot of efforts. India is now expanding its renewable energy capacity, and we have launched a very important program of National Solar Mission and Wind Energy Mission, and that is bringing fruits to our commitment. And what is our commitment? That India aims to achieve 50% of cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030, reducing CO2 emission by 1 billion ton in the next 5 years. Then country has pledged to reduce its carbon intensity below 45% from 2005 level by end of 2030. And our net zero emission target is 2070. That is all our commitments of Government of India towards carbon. Then international cooperation, we need to have all the international cooperation to facilitate technology transfer, capacity building, and financial support. And then finally, that we all know that this decarbonization is imperative for India's sustainable development and global climate goals. Through ambitious targets, policy interventions, and technology innovations, we are on the path of achieving our low carbon future. And let's work together to accelerate decarbonization efforts and secure a cleaner and greener future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sanjay, for your overview on India playing this pivotal role in the decarbonization process of the area, trying to, for the road sector to keep the pace with the climate change challenges. Thank you for your contribution. We come back to Italy now, and I invite Giovanni Federico De Santi, President of the Italian Technical Committee 3.5 Road Infrastructure for Decarbonization of Transport and also Director of the Sustainable Transition Initiatives at Polytechnic of Torino. Giovanni, you have a renowned experience in decarbonization. You worked also in the European Commission, so we are eager to listen to you. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I confess that when I was asked to chair the Italian commitment or the Italian Technical Committee for decarbonizing the transport sector, I hesitated a little bit because it was like to accept a mission which is not far away from being considered was like to accept a mission which is not far away to be considered mission impossible. So to decarbonize a sector which is heavily, if not exclusively, based on carbon, on fossil fuel, into a decarbonized, it's difficult. We saw already that India already postponed the target from 2050 to 2070. So it's very difficult. However, it's doable, must be doable as is necessary. We all know that last COP28 in December confirmed the commitment and was signed by all member states, by all countries, including Italy, to decarbonize by 2050, to achieve this climate neutrality condition by 2050, which in turn means for Europe and Italy this trajectory. You see that by 2050 to achieve the carbon neutrality means that important sectors like industry, energy production, and transport should become carbon-free. So this is something which is mandatory, and you know that Italy will present by 2025, so next year, the planet plan for energy and climate, whereby they should say to the Commission should accept the path, the trajectory that Italy has decided to follow to achieve this kind of net zero transport. So it's something which is very tough. And therefore, we decided at this time that we did need to start studying 3 different topics. The first topic, you see the working group 1, exactly is to how to develop a sound, affordable, implementable strategy in the near term, so in the next few years, because we start from scratch, we cannot simply have just a silver bullet. We do need a panel of different technologies with pros and cons, okay? So we will examine how to develop different candidates. So full electric vehicles, hybrid, hydrogen, you know, the gas methane, synthetic fuel, biofuels. We need to understand how we can start from now and how can we achieve the final goal in a few years' time. And then, of course, we do need also to have a longer-term perspective. So for 2050 and beyond, which is possibly will be based mainly on electrification of transport. And this is why the working group number 2 will dig a little bit more in detail and in depth, you know, how to electrify, how to recharge, both on static and dynamic technology, the electrical vehicles, because this is at the moment, let's say, not very diffuse to say the least, you know, in Italy. So how do we develop this technology if we don't have this kind of mechanism or technology well developed? And the third one will also be how to contribute to the generation of renewable energy along roads and highways. So these are the 3 topics that we will develop together in a synergetic way so that in the end we will have a possible final document in 2026. So in 2 years' time from now, we cannot wait forever, a kind of understandable and sound-based, not just, let's say, aesthetically, but based on facts and figures, possible strategy to be presented to the key decision authorities, because we do need the participation of political world, industrial, stakeholders, citizens, so it should be sustainable solution. And this is what we want to do together with the other sectors. So in conclusion, I want just to make something clear. In 2 days from now, that's why I come back tonight to Torino, there will be the G7 on energy in Torino. And on Sunday, the Italian Minister for Environment and Energy Security is promoting a forum fully dedicated on biofuel, which will end up with a declaration, Torino Declaration on Sustainable Biofuel. So Italy, together with the G7 memberships, together with the G20 presidency, together with many other, associations, wants to have a clear position how to consider biofuel as a possible solution or a contribution, also on the road sector, which, as you know, has been excluded at the moment by the European Commission, where I do come from. But again, this is the Italian position. So working here in Italy, we need to consider So we cannot ignore that our government is pushing ahead also biofuel. So in conclusion, what are my message as President of DC to all of you? First of all, what is the right balance among all the technologies that are at the moment on the table? So we need to understand pros and cons for fuel electric vehicles, hydrogen, low carbon, sustainable carbon neutral fuels, including synthetic fuels. So we need to understand how sustainably, so financially, because you know that financial is the main problem, environmental impact, social acceptability for all of this in different times. So first of all. Second, of course, what are the real contributions that roads can give to the generation of renewables along road? What is the possible way to use it, to store? Because when you generate and you don't use it, how do you store the renewable generated here and there? Then, of course, as I said before, feasibility, efficiency, safety and security aspect of all the static and dynamic recharging. What are the technology? What are the main topic for research and innovation? And finally, don't forget, we do also need something which is usually forgotten, the multi-dimensional impact assessment. We do need a clear impact assessment study to understand the social, economic, environmental, of course, engineering aspect. Otherwise, we risk that we do propose something which is technically very suitable, very feasible, very attractive, but that's not socially acceptable, or is not possibly economically viable. So this is a very complex target, as I said before, which, again, I accepted with the full contribution that I hope of many professors and many representatives of different stakeholders, which I hope to enlarge to many other people. But again, this is the way we want to study in the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giovanni, for this overview, this pathway to climate neutrality, the work plan of your technical committee, and you said something very important, to find the right balance among the technologies, the solutions, because of course we have to face the decarbonization challenges, but we should also be realistic and see the impacts on economy and society. So thanks for your contribution. We continue our journey, international journey, with Canada. So I invite to take the floor Joshua Larocque, member of the Executive Committee of PIARC, and also Director General of Transportation Infrastructure Programs for Transport Canada. And Joshua, you have this international commitment, and you are also responsible for the delivery of the Canada largest program to boost, to incentivize the purchase or the lease of zero-emission vehicles. So we want to listen also to that, and you have the floor, please.
Thank you. I'm going to forget to change the slides occasionally, so if I'm a couple slides behind, just start waving. Thanks for the invitation to speak here today. It's much appreciated. Thank you equally for lending us the very warm weather while we are here in Rome, and for extending the even warmer hospitality. It's much, much appreciated. Today I'll speak a little bit about Canada's efforts to decarbonize the transportation sector, some of our unique challenges, and lastly, some of the measures that we're adopting to decarbonize the transportation sector. I think it's good news that there are so many of us here today from so many different parts of the world. I think it speaks to how united we are in the pursuit of decarbonization. It equally, I think, will demonstrate to us how unique our challenges are, given how different our countries, our cultures, our costs, and our climates are. On slide 2, I'll start introducing some of the Canadian context. Similar to what we've heard from other folks, in Canada there is no path to net zero without tackling emissions in the transportation sector. Across the sector, 25% of our emissions come from the transportation sector. And while decarbonization will be difficult across all modes of transportation in Canada, about 80% of our emissions come from on-road transportation. In Canada, the vast majority of those emissions come from passenger vehicles. What contributes to Canada's transportation sector and some of our challenges? Well, as many of you know, Canada has a very, very large landmass with a very low population density across the country. Our largest connected route of highways that extends from the very east of the country to the very west is about 7,800 kilometers long. And this road connects urban and rural communities through the southern portion of the country, but doesn't extend to our territorial north, which is about 40% of our landmass. That 40% of our landmass only includes about 3% of Canada's population. Our national highway system that includes routes in those northern areas, as well as connector and feeder routes, is about 40,000 kilometers long. And then the total distance or size of roads in Canada is about 1 million kilometers long. The density of those roads per 100 kilometers squared is very low in comparison to just about everybody else here. A reasonable question that we get in Canada is, why are there so few roads and why don't you build more roads? Of course, part of that is population density and that it is so dispersed. But there are also geographic and climate issues that prevent us or are forcing us to think through new ways of building road or rail. Many communities in the north and through southern Canada are only accessible for the whole year or part of the year through planes or helicopters. Equally, many communities in the north have ice roads, and the only way to get to those roads is about for 5 months of the year, where fuel, food, and goods transit across road. You can see how that is particularly troubling in the context of global warming for Canada's north. A further challenge that we face is a number of our road and rail infrastructure is built on permafrost. As the climate in the north warms at a much more significant rate than in other parts of the world, that permafrost shifts and rail and road infrastructure cracks and crumbles. We'll need to think through new ways of building infrastructure, but equally how to manage that cost as a country. Furthermore, it will likely result in increased reliance on the aviation sector to move people and goods to those communities, which is certainly not going to help our decarbonization goals. We're seeing equally other types of extreme weather events, and very interestingly, you may recall that last summer and fall, Canada had a very serious wildfire season, one of the worst in our country's history. Traditionally, that season is abated in part by winter weather. This year, the winter season has been very dry, and there hasn't been sufficient sort of rain or snow to abate those fires. And what we've seen is fires and forest fires continuing to burn even under snow. That will pose further challenges to our existing infrastructure and will prevent us from building in some areas. Before I turn, and Emmanuel is going to help me keep on time if I'm going. Before I turn to some of the specific measures that we're taking to tackle on-road decarbonization, I'll talk about two quick things: public transit and human behavior in Canada, and high-frequency rail in Canada. So public transit systems are effective, of course, in urban areas in Canada, but many of them, in many cases, they haven't proven as effective, given that proven systems and technologies in warmer parts of the world don't operate as well in Canada, given significant snowfall, ice buildup, and rapidly changing temperatures in a short period of time. There are some behavioral issues that we have to work on as a country, too, when it comes to usage of public transit. Many Canadians, their commute to work is 60 minutes or more. And in many cases, the longer your commute, the less likely you are to carpool, which is a converse thing we're trying to figure out about why the longer you've got to go, why you want to be by yourself. We are friendly people, I promise. This is true even in urban areas where your commute is long. You're not likely to carpool with folks. That being said, usage of public transit in urban areas is increasing, but not at the rate of other countries. And we did see some increase in those urban areas from 2016 to 2023. Canada is going to have to think of not only on-road infrastructure to allow for the movement of people and goods, but also rail infrastructure. And one of the things we are investigating and have planned to conduct or construct is a high-frequency rail project that will be about 1,000 kilometers that will connect 4 of our major cities: Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Quebec City. In that corridor, that's where about 50% of the Canadian population lives, and that will take about 1,000 kilometers of rail. We're proud that those trains will likely travel up to speeds of 200 kilometers, although I've been told by a few Italian colleagues that is nothing in comparison to the Frecciarossa, the red arrow here. I'll move now to some of the specific measures that Canada is undertaking to decarbonize road transit. On this slide, you can see there's Canada's action plan for clean on-road transportation. I encourage you to visit that for a lot of detail on our plans and the economic factors associated with it. And our strategy in Canada is largely managed and undertaken by three primary agencies: Transport Canada, Natural Resources Canada, and Environment and Climate Change Canada. We've introduced, through those three agencies, a series of measures. Largely, we are aiming to regulate sales targets and availability standards for manufacturers in a graduated fashion. And so zero emissions vehicles in 2026 will need to be about 20% of the availability by manufacturers, 60% in 2030, and 100% in 2035. That's for light-duty vehicles, and there are similar standards, though not quite as ambitious, for heavy-duty vehicles. Canada has had great success, like other countries, with incentive programs for zero emissions vehicles. And in the case of light-duty vehicles, we've invested about €1 billion to offer 370,000 incentives to Canadians across the country. We have found that those incentives are very effective at decommissioning internal combustion engine vehicles, and in 80% of the cases where we've offered an electric vehicle incentive, an ICE vehicle has come off the road. We clearly need to promote consumer awareness about electric vehicles. And lastly, there's significant investment in Canada in research, demonstration, and development activities that examine safety, the performance and range of zero emissions vehicles, but also emerging new battery technologies for zero emission vehicles. Investments to date with the private sector have totaled about €3.4 billion, but there's more work to come, and I'll explain that soon. I think equally important for us is international collaboration at venues like these, but equally with PIARC. We need to learn some of the best practices, and while we can share our own, I think Canada is at the table asking for expertise and knowledge in a couple of key areas. If I turn to our last slide on some of the challenges that we're facing, and where I'll be taking notes furiously through the rest of the session, electric vehicle uptake or zero emissions vehicle uptake in Canada is limited and or low. Moving from early adopters to an early majority has been a challenge for the country. And while in 2020, about 3% of our market share of auto purchases was for electric vehicles, in 2023 we've moved to 12%. That is lower than a number of your countries, for sure. And that's largely in part to the lack of price parity in Canada for zero emissions vehicles and ICE vehicles. ICE vehicles are generally, internal combustion engine vehicles are about 16% more expensive in Canada than zero emissions vehicles. That price parity is not going to arrive in Canada and other parts of North and South America until 2028 or 2030. So we have to be aggressive, of course, in promoting to consumers the benefits of those vehicles, but equally in thinking about, are there other technologies that we can introduce that will limit the costs of them? You heard me say that Canada was a big country with a low population density. If you are driving 400 kilometers to get to the nearest city, you need charging infrastructure and availability of electricity. That is a challenge for the country and will require significant investment over time. Lastly, I'll finish with a comment about the performance of zero emissions vehicles in Canada. In many Canadian cities, from between 4 to 10 months of the year, the average daily temperature is 0 degrees or below, Celsius or below. In these climates, the performance of zero emissions vehicles reduces between 30 to 50%. That range limits or eliminates much of the benefit for a Canadian driver. So we'll need to work together and learn from many companies, countries, and others on how to improve the range and the performance of those vehicles. Thank you for your interest today, and I'll maybe finish with a quick comment and plug where we'll hope to repay Emanuela and all of Italy for your warm hospitality by inviting you to come to the World Road Congress in Canada in Vancouver in 2027. It will be PIARC's first carbon-neutral Congress, and it will be an excellent forum for all of us to report on what we are hoping to achieve for decarbonization of the on-road transportation sector. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Joshua, for this overview of the ambitious program of Canada. This also government commitment to decarbonization. You also underlined the importance of the international collaboration to learn and exchange best practices. And PIARC is a privileged observatory to do that. And thanks for inviting us in Vancouver for the World Road Congress in 2027. Now, we might have a remote connection. I can ask my colleagues and technicians to give me a quick feedback if we have the okay. We have our representative from Kazakhstan, Mr. Manarbek Zumamuratov, Director of Department of Scientific Research Center in Republic of Kazakhstan. Thank you for being available to be with us today, to be connected remotely, and to give the Kazakhstan's perspective on decarbonization. I remember to you just for 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving me the floor. So I wanted to start about Kazakhstan, so please. So, Kazakhstan is positioned in the heart of Asia, Euro-Asia, in ranking in the 9th largest country in the world. So, the necessity for sustainable and island road infrastructure has led to the adoption of innovative decarbonization strategies aimed at enhancing the environmental compatibility of the transportation sector. This report discusses the methodologies and outcomes of Kazakhstan's commitment to road infrastructure decarbonization. Population in 20 million, and so about 200,000 kilometers of length of kilometers road. Plan of reconstruction and repair of highways of the Republic of Kazakhstan is for 2024 through 2030, including the reconstruction and repair of about 6,000 kilometers of road, respectively. However, challenges such as annual demand for 1 million tons of bitumen, of which only 600,000 tons are produced in Kazakhstan. Next step is decarbonization measures is completed, included reducing in the range of transportation of materials. Second part is technology solutions, which solve stabilization, port recycling, and polymer asphalt, the use of industrial waste, fly ash, yes. And last one is landscaping. First step in Kazakhstan optimization of the transportation distance RSM base is RSM base is digital systems developed by our institute, Kazdorny, and so complete stacks is first all quarries and factories for the production of RSM have been digitized. Second part is continuous monitoring of the quality of RSM, road construction materials. Third part is updated data on the location and volume of stocks. And the last one is reported task is optimization of the distance of transportation of material. About polymer modified asphalt concrete mixture is extending the mentioned free service life, reduction of bitumen volumes, improvement of CO2 emission by reducing the volume of asphalt concrete mixture. Yes. So, incorporated of CPDA, a polymer modified made from recycled plastic waste, which not only enhancing the quality of asphalt but also support the recycling of plastic. So, thereby contributing to sustainable CO carbon reduction. In the period 2015 and 2019, is 311 kilometers of asphalt pavement was laid. Its planned to lay in this area is 1,045 kilometers of asphalt pavement. In total, about 1,000 tons of plastic were dispensed of. We suggest considering the possibility for replacing this technology. How you see, you can surface condition in 2024 after six years of operation south and west bypass of Astana. This always picture good quality. Next step is utilization of fly ash from thermoelectric plants. Accumulated reserve in the Republic of Kazakhstan amount to about 200 million tons. Utilization of fly ash from thermoelectric plants from 2050 to 2023, only 600,000 tons of fly ash were utilized. Within the framework of new project, it is planned to apply to following to produce 230,000 tons of fly ash. So this part is the volume of used fly ash in fusion. And last one, it is necessary to attract international experience to increase the volume of use of fly ash. This is just technologies we use. Soil stabilization, cold recycling, and employment project of reconstruction of switching the entire highways. And landscaping ecological improvements. Recognizing the vast step landscaping and minimal forested areas, so Kazakhstan has incorporated landscaping into its road development plans to reduce snow drifting, manage flood risk, and enhance carbon sequestration. These measures are aimed at not only improving road durability and safety, but also in contributing to the ecological balance. Yes. So this is to be resolved, studying the world experience in this field, analysis of issues, reducing the snow-bearing capacity of roads and flood control measures, creation of rigidity framework in Republic of Kazakhstan. Last one, development of carbon calculators. Thank you for attention. So we really appreciate the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manarbek, for your efficiency of your speech and presentation and for having provided us with an overview of all the measures undertaken by the Republic of Kazakhstan to face the decarbonization challenges. We hope to see you in person next time, and we will welcome you in future PRC meetings. Thank you so much again. A step back to Italy now with Orazio Baglieri, President of the Italian Technical Committee 4.5, Decarbonization of Road Construction and Maintenance Procedures, also full professor at Polytechnic of Torino. So you will tell us more about this, the transition, the decarbonization transition. You said in your presentation that the challenge is making this transition fair. So you will explain more on that, Orazio, please.
Thank you, Chair, for your kind introduction, and my special thanks to the organizers of this event and all the authorities for this opportunity. Yes. In my presentation, I'll try to give a very quick overview on the perspectives and goals of the Task Force 4.5 on decarbonization of road construction and maintenance. We know that construction and maintenance of road infrastructure produce large quantities of carbon emissions, and we are all aware on the need of reducing such emissions in order to meet the general target of carbon neutrality of road sector. This diagram shows an example of carbon dioxide emissions and costs related, associated to the main elements, the main components of road infrastructures. And looking at the figure, it is very interesting to observe that there is a strong relationship between carbon emissions and costs. So a concept that, in my opinion, deserves to be highlighted is that reducing emission, reducing carbon, may help to reduce costs. So we need to explore and we need to exploit all the opportunities to reduce carbon in our infrastructure, taking into account that the greatest potential, reduction potential of emissions exists at the earliest stages of the project. However, there is still place and there are still opportunities to reduce carbon also in the subsequent phases of construction and maintenance. So if build nothing and build less, according to the traditional carbon reduction hierarchy, obviously lead to reduced emissions. The challenge for us is to build clever and build efficiently and maintain efficiently by optimizing material usage, by employing low carbon materials and low carbon technologies, by trying to eliminating waste or reduce waste as much as possible. So we can identify different ways to make our building and our maintaining activities clever and efficient. Such ways entail the adoption of low carbon design solution, for example, the definition of maintenance strategies to increase and to extend the service life of the assets, and this is a very key point because durability is a key factor of sustainability. The use of low carbon construction techniques and low carbon materials, as already mentioned, to make plants and equipment more efficient and less energy consuming. So in this general context and in line with the terms of reference established by the International PIRC Technical Committee on the Decarbonization of Road Construction and Maintenance discussed in the kickoff meeting of Paris, the work program of the Task Force 4.5 focuses on three main topics corresponding to three main task groups. The first one dealing with the opportunities for carbon reduction of projects in a whole life cycle perspective. The second one dealing with materials and technologies, and the third one dealing with construction plans and operations. And in doing this, we need to take into account the specific national context, the specific Italian context, and its peculiarities related to a very wide road network, which is not uniformly distributed across the country, related to a very complex orography and land morphology that make our network extremely vulnerable, related to a huge number of bridges and tunnels and the age of our network. So many challenges, but at the same time, many opportunities and many benefits that can derive from the exploitation of new technologies today available, digital tools from BIM to the artificial intelligence, just to give some examples. So big challenges, big opportunities, and this requires, in my opinion, a strong relationship, a strong cooperation between the National Road Agency, between the road industry and university. And so let me present very, very quickly the research activities and the project on this topic in my university, Politecnico di Torino, and in my department, Department of Environment, Land and Infrastructure Engineering. The department was awarded for the second time as Department of Excellence on Climate Transitions for the 4-year terms 2023-2027. And the development of technological and digital solutions for climate transition is the very core business of the department, involving many research areas from water to mobility. And the project plan on climate transitions covers different macro topics, including mode of transport and low-impact infrastructure, and the strategic raw materials in order to promote circular economy, reuse and recycling, substitution and decarbonization. So these macro topics perfectly fit the scope and the objective of the task force. And in the specific case of road materials, which is my area of expertise, my research group has been involved for many years in a number of projects funded by European Union and Italian Ministry of University and Research on the reuse and recycling in road pavements of waste materials and byproducts. So I conclude my presentation highlighting that the road transport is essential and vital to our societies and will be the dominant mode of transport for the years to come. Carbon emissions need to be reduced, but without impeding the economic and social growth. So we need to move towards carbon neutrality. This requires a decarb transition. We need to make such transition a fair transition. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your contribution, and I think this final message was important, now that road transport will be in the foreseeable future the dominant transport mode, so we have to find a balance once again and to look to a fair transition to decarbonization. Thank you. So we continue our international journey not far from Italy, actually in Austria, with Alexander Walker, Managing Director of ASFINAG Bau Management and PIRC Executive Committee member. Alex, you will tell us more about the ASFINAG perspective on decarbonization with a special focus on the Austrian 2030 Mobility Master Plan. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Lily, and thanks for the great hospitality here in Italy. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept. This is the word John F. Kennedy used in 1962 to declare that the first American will be on the moon in this decade. And he achieved the goal before 97. We call it now the moonshot thinking or the moonshot concept, which stands for goals that are really hard to achieve, which might be impossible to achieve, but there's always ways, and there is out-of-the-box thinking necessary to achieve goals like this one. And in my belief, decarbonization of the road sector, of the transport sector, demands moonshot thinking. So in Austria, the ministry declared or introduced the Mobility Master Plan, which is nothing else than a guideline to achieve these climate targets in the transport sector. And the main targets are traffic growth must be avoided, a shift to public transport is required, and there is a need of an increase of efficiency in the transport sector in the sense of a zero-emission infrastructure goal. And there's actually three simple words that describe this Mobility Master Plan. It's preventing, it's shifting, and it's improving the transport sector. And for me, as a managing director of ASFINAG, which used to be in the old times the road operator of the Austrian high-graded network, it is a shift from being a road operator to a mobility provider. So we introduced or we developed a climate and environmental protection program within our company. And this roadmap consists of 6 focus areas. The yellow one, it's energy strategy. We developed something like a mobility concept. We worked on a sustainability management system. We have a deep and intense look on the biodiversity. We do look what we can do for emission reductions. And there is another one which is actually very, very important, but very often underestimated, is a change of mindset. It's the awareness for the problems raising, which we also work on. And on the right-hand side, you see that each of these focus areas includes its own key objectives, and every single point stands for a measure we developed or we're working on, and P1 to P5 is the priorities, not in a time-wise priorities, but meaning from the importance of the priorities we have to set to achieve these goals. And loads of our employees now work on these targets, and we monitor them, and we've got key performance indexes to achieve these goals. So this is one way to approach this zero-emission path. And because of the short time, I will just give you some really short examples of this preventing, shifting, and improving the road sector from our side. So on the right-hand side here, you see this is a typical rest area in Austria. And what we started to do is we tried to get the public buses, the public transport to our rest areas where there is a possibility, so to shift the daily traffic from the highways, from the roads to the buses. So this is a very simple measure to get or to prevent more cars on our motorways. And another thing is on the left-hand side, we do have some areas in Austria where there is the motorway next to the railway. So it is obvious, and we do have fast buses on our motorways. And to get the passengers from the buses to the railway, or to the rail to continue their travel, we try now, or we plan to install bus stops at the motorway or on the motorway, which seems to be an easy and obvious idea, but the reality in every country, and especially in Austria, is different, because the legislation, for example, forbids that you have a stop that pedestrians or cars stop on the motorway and pedestrian gets out on the motorway and change the mode. So multimodality approaches are good, but very often our legislation or other things hinder us to come up with ideas like this. And this is just now an example what you have to do that you could achieve this swift from a bus to a motorway. You have to avoid that when the passengers get out of the bus that they enter the motorway or children run off on the motorway. And so we are deploying and we're now investigating ideas how we could achieve like this multimodal approaches to shift from the motorway to public transport. Another big task which has been raised already today a couple of times is part of our strategic investment program is also to foster electric mobility electromobility on our highways. So we need charging points for cars, and we need charging points for heavy vehicles on our motorways, which also seems to be obvious and looks obvious, but it's very difficult. But very often the grid, the energy grid, is not ready for this transition. And to get the energy on the motorway is a big task, which we try to achieve by 2030. We want to install 1,500 charging points on our motorways for cars and more than 1,300 charging points for heavy lorries until 2035 on our motorways. Energy demand, as I mentioned already, is also internal a big problem for us. So what we do is we try to cover our own electricity requirements by 2030. So we want to be balanced by electricity by, for example, installing measures to expand our photovoltaics panels, to think about energy storage and getting the right power grid on our motorways. All this needs loads of investments. We're talking here about 250 million euros only for getting our own electricity balance sheet. But this is just a few examples I wanted to show you today, what we as ASFINAG do to get towards zero emissions on our highways. And to finalize my presentation with the first slide again, yes, we achieved to go to the moon, but I think it's time to save our planet now. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Alex, for this moonshot concept and this challenging master plan of mobility 2030 for Austria and ASFINAG. You said, well, mobility, because you said we are not only infrastructure operator, but we provide mobility to users, to citizens, and we have also responsibility to make a significant contribution to achieve the climate targets. So thanks for your contribution. And this is my great pleasure to give the floor to Massimo Marciani, President of the Italian Technical Committee 2.3 Sustainable Freight Transport and also President of Freight Leaders Council. Massimo, you have a remarkable experience in PIARC and international knowledge, extensive knowledge on freight, transport and logistics. And let me say that you are for PIARC, at least for me, but for us all in PIARC, a role model as a leader, as an expert. So I'm happy to give you the floor.
Thank you, thank you. We also share the same football team supporting,
yeah,
so
this
is a bit increasing the reliability.
Yes.
First of all, let me say thank you, of course, to ISCAT, ANAS and PIARC for organizing this event and Emanuela for the introduction. You will be happy to know that because it's freezing and because we are running late with the coffee break, I have no slides. So for the Italian colleagues that are here, I say that everything you want to find about this subject in terms of transport figure is on this publication that is downloadable by PIARC website, Decarbonizzare e digitalizzazione del trasporto merci su strada. And you will find everything that is almost on this subject, and you can have a food for brain and to have some reflection on that. For our international guests, I would like to share with you some suggestions, some ideas that come out from our work. First of all, let me say that Italy is based, as we heard up to now, to the road transport. I'm focused on working on this segment. This segment encompasses almost 85% of the overall transport of goods in Italy. So it's a fundamental carrier among production sites, distribution sites, ports, freight villages, and is the base of our development, of our economic development. Italy is a transformation country. We have no primary goods. We import energy, we import goods, transform, and export with add value all over the world. So it's very fundamental for us logistics service. Logistics is the base of the development of our economy. What we have found some evidences that maybe can be evidences that you can have also in your own country. Which is the main difference between passenger transport and goods transport? The difference is that the passenger can move even without a reason, only to make a journey, only to make a weekend, only to visit friends or relatives. So sometimes they move for reason that depends from their own purposes. Goods are totally, logistics are totally driven by demand, not by supply. So when we saw the presentation of our Canadian friends and say there is an increase of trucks in the city because of e-commerce, because of us, because we buy not physically, but we buy using some merchant platforms, and so we induce this kind of home delivery. And the home delivery is done by trucks, by small vans. And this is the reason why you increase this kind of mode of transport. So we have not to forget that any trucks or any vehicle, goods vehicle that move on our motorways, toll motorways, roads, is because of reason. It's because an industry asks for goods. It's because we order something over the website. And for this reason, this is what is defined hard to abate segment, because this segment is the base of our economy development. We have seen also in the introduction 2 points that are quite relevant. The decoupling, we want to decouple the GDP with the emission. This is a big challenge. This is a big challenge because if the system based on road transport and road transport is pollutant, I mean, it's quite complicated. And I don't think that we have an easy gain taking the same amount of vehicle shift to endothermic to electric vehicle. This is not the challenge. This is not the challenge because the congestion is still there. The inefficiency is still there. We need to rethink the way of moving goods. We need to re-engineering all the system. And this is part is included in one of the presentation that we have seen. We have seen that the calculation of CO2 is now coming out of the factories. Scope 3 is including all the goods coming in the factory and all the products be distributed into the market. This is the challenge. This is the challenge. Every time that we think of some renewable sources or we think about zero emission system, we need to rethink the system because when you have an endothermic vehicle, you never ask yourself where is the gas station. The gas station is almost everywhere. No one will remain without gas. But when you have an electric vehicle, you need to plan your trip. You need to plan your trip according to the point of recharging system. And in the good transport, every time that you stop with your truck and with your driver is a cost. It's a huge cost. So you need to rethink how to plan the system. You need how to make the system working efficiently. And on top of that, technology. We have heard in the planning system that we have the option to build less or to build nothing. I think that we have also an option in transport. We need also to think how to optimize the transport. We know from our surveys that almost 30% of trucks are going up and running empty. Empty because they are going to allocate the transport and they go back to the platform without goods. And this is a loss of efficiency. Then in good transport, we need to think a possible horizontal collaboration. And the technology is the enable, is absolutely the enable. So the people that, like you, going every day to manage infrastructure, road infrastructure especially, being toll motorways or being secondary road or whatever, they need to think about how to get in touch with the trucks, how to get in touch with the driver, how to get in touch with the people going the planning of the system, because they need to plan the trip 1 day or 2 days in advance. So they need to know exactly which is the situation. Now we have a number of providers like Google or like Here Technology or somewhere. They're going to deliver this kind of information, but you need to feed these people. You are the primary data source of these people. If you have no data available, they have failed to provide the data to the industry. So it's very important to create this position of being responsive for the data that you provide, be responsible for the road work, be responsible for any kind of event that can occur on the network. So if we are able to create this ecosystem, I bit confident that we can move to a solid decarbonization process. It's not occasionally, but is fundamental, radical, and progressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Massimo, for your statement, your overview. You have also mentioned the previous panelists. I think it was an important statement, and this focus on the transportation of goods, as you say, depending on the increase in demand. So we now close this panel, and I ask the technician if everything is okay with our final speaker, Robert Kafalenos from the U.S. Federal Highway Administration Office of Planning and Environment. Robert, I would like to thank you very much, because there overseas, I think it's quite early, and so you are with us, and thank you for that. We really appreciate your effort and availability. You will tell us more about the major challenges and perspectives on decarbonization in the US, and you will also anticipate something on resilience for the future session. Robert, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks. It's great to be here. And am I sharing my slides, or are you sharing? Can you see my slides?
No? Okay, now it's fine. You can go on. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you, Emanuela, and thank you to Pierre for allowing me to speak today. It's great to be here. I don't know if you can see, but it is dark outside here, but it was really great to be here for this early in the morning to talk about climate change, because it's such an important topic. So I'm Rob Kafalenos. I'm part of the Federal Highway Administration, which is the part of the U.S. Department of Transportation that manages the road network within the United States. So we could go to the next slide, please. So climate change is a growing problem across the world. We regularly see examples of impacts caused by extreme weather events, such as flooded roads, damaged pavements, and rock falls on landslides in mountainous areas of the United States. The Federal Highway Administration has distributed more than $1 billion in emergency relief funds over the last 2 years to help repair roads and bridges damaged by extreme weather. These events will only get worse unless we reduce greenhouse gas emissions and greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere, as many of the previous speakers have noted. In the United States, we have set a goal of reducing emissions by half, by 50% by 2030, and reaching net zero by 2050. So as our electricity generation has become cleaner in recent years through use of natural gas and renewable energy, transportation is now the largest contributor to U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, and especially on-road transportation, whether it's passenger vehicles or trucks, as you can see in the graph. That adds up to more than 80% of transport emissions. So I'll talk about several of the new programs that focus on reducing emissions from on-road transportation at the Federal Highway Administration that we've been pushing and sponsoring across the country. And then I'll also touch on some of the climate change resilience work at Federal Highways to help segue to the next session. So next slide, please. So at the Federal Highway Administration, we have several types of programs for advancing decarbonization. And I should say, many of the programs that I will talk about have just begun in the last few years. So the first is really a focus on electrification. We are investing close to $8 billion through 2026 in these two next programs that I'll talk about. The first is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, and the second is the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Program. The first one, the NEVI program, focuses on installing electric vehicle charging infrastructure across the country. It provides funds to our state departments of transportation to build charging facilities. It also requires states to develop their own deployment plans for electric vehicle chargers. And these plans are to discuss how they will use the money and where they will initially locate the chargers. So in the early days of this program, the charging infrastructure that we're reporting is focused on putting chargers along designated alternative fuel corridors. So these are corridors or highways across the country that have been designated as priority areas to focus for alternative fueling infrastructure. And our goal is to foster a convenient, affordable, reliable, and equitable national electric vehicle charging network. The second program I'll talk about is the CFI program. We awarded the first round of grants earlier this year. Half the funds went mostly to electric vehicle charging infrastructure and also several hydrogen fueling infrastructure projects focused on freight. We also included a lot of high-use locations like schools, parks, libraries, and multifamily housing for location of charging infrastructure. The other half of the funding went towards filling gaps along the electric charging and alternative fuel corridors. So when it comes to electric charging facilities that we in the government support, these are meant to complement development of charging locations by the private sector to help fill gaps and address the range anxiety issue that several of the previous speakers have already spoken about. And also the goal is to catalyze uptake of electric vehicles so that people have confidence that they can drive and charge their electric vehicles across the country. We also have several programs focused specifically on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation sources. First is that I'll talk about is the Carbon Reduction Program. Carbon Reduction Program requires states to develop strategies to reduce the transportation emissions. It also provides about $1 billion over each year to fund projects that reduce emissions from transportation sources, including zero-emission construction and fleet vehicles, alternative fuel infrastructure, ITS, development of congestion management plans and systems. There's also a focus on transit and also development of policies to implement congestion pricing. The second emissions reduction program I'll talk about is the Low Carbon and Transportation Materials Program. This is really focused on construction materials, pavements, and how things are built. Through this program, the U.S. will spend $1.2 billion on reducing emissions of greenhouse gases from materials used in building road infrastructure. The program really seeks to incentivize emissions reductions compared to standard practice in producing materials like concrete and asphalt and steel, and then also using low carbon materials to build roads and other infrastructure. And also there's a focus on how the materials are disposed of at the end of life to incentivize a focus on recycling to reduce life cycle emissions. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. So in the US, as we're focusing, we have this very large focus now on reducing greenhouse gases from multiple aspects of the economy, especially transportation. We also have this focus on climate resilience. So we have new funding programs that focus on investing about $2 billion a year in resilience projects. This program is called the PROTECT program, which stands for Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation. The PROTECT program really seeks to incentivize and push resilience activities across the country through 4 different areas. The first and maybe most fundamental is through planning activities. So we provide funding and incentives for states to really focus on their short, medium, and long-term goals for resilience planning, to develop plans for their departments of transportation within each state to decide how they can make their roads more resilient, their roads and their highways more resilient to climate change is a major focus, but also other natural hazards like earthquakes. And And then there's 3 construction programs. The Resilience Improvements program is really focused on individual transportation assets, whether they're pavements or culverts or bridges or highways, and understanding how to make them more resilient, say to future flooding, to raise them to be above future sea levels, to change pavement mixes to be able to withstand future heat waves better, things like that. There's also a section that's focused on, particularly on coastal infrastructure, to ensure that a lot of the coastal infrastructure is considered and redeveloped so that it's more resilient to the future storm surges coming from tropical storms combined with sea level rise. And then there's also a focus on evacuation routes. We've seen in some of the natural disasters we've had in the US that sometimes getting people out of harm's way is a little bit difficult. So we want to make sure that and provide funding to make those road networks that serve as evacuation routes to have more capacity to be able to get people out during a disaster and to help get relief in at the same time. So we recently selected 80 projects across the US in 37 different states, in the DC capital area and also the Virgin Islands. And this is really our first funding program that's focused on climate change resilience. I have basically one more slide. So we've been working on climate change resilience focused on transportation for the last decade and a half. I just wanted to point to some of the tools that we have and some of the methods we've developed. In the lower left, you can see the vulnerability assessment and adaptation framework. It's sort of our go-to guidebook for conducting resilience activities, whether it's conducting kind of larger scale systems level planning activities or focusing on individual projects, understanding the kinds of situations that a project faces and analyzing future climate change impacts and then adapting those projects. The first stop is to go to this framework. We've also sponsored a lot of pilot projects, the resilience pilots across the US over the last dozen years. So we've had 5 rounds of pilot programs where we have supported state departments of transportation and also local organizations to assess their vulnerabilities and also work to understand how they can adapt individual highways or bridges to be more resilient to future climate change. We've conducted some intense vulnerability assessments, both in the Gulf Coast region and then also in the New York City area after Hurricane Sandy to sort of understand existing and future vulnerabilities at the metropolitan scale or the regional scale, and then also wrote a range of assessments for different types of assets and different types of climate stressors to understand how to adapt them and make them more resilient. I guess I'll mention just 2 quick things in closing. There's also a greater focus on nature-based systems you'll see within our environmental community and also in our engineering community. There's a goal both in coastal areas and in riverine areas to think about ways to leverage natural assets to protect infrastructure while also improving the environmental conditions around the infrastructure to improve water quality, things like that. And then we've also developed some training focused on addressing resilience in project development that we've taught around the country so far, maybe in 7 different locations, and we hope to continue doing that. So with that, I think there's just one more slide. It's just my conclusion slide. But thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and it seems like a great conference, so it's great to listen in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert, again for your availability and for this overview of the several initiatives undertaken by the U.S. Federal Highway Administration to meet the decarbonization challenges. You also anticipated something on the resilience with the Protect project you were talking about, so thank you again. You know, the challenge was to have 9 speakers, and they were really good in time, very efficient with insightful statements and information, so I would like to, I ask you to join me in a round of applause for these excellent panelists. Thank you. Yes, for sure, picture, family group.
Recording stopped.
But ladies and gentlemen, please, if you can just to come back to start the second session, the workshop. Thank you very much. Ditemi quando partire. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you again for attending this important and interesting international workshop on transport decarbonization and road infrastructure resilience. For those who do not know me, let me introduce myself. My name is Gianluca Cossale, and I'm part of the International Institutional Relations Department at ANAS, the Italian National Highway Agency, and I'm the Italian National Coordinator of Technical Committees at PIARC Italy. And I'm going to moderate the second session of this workshop entitled Resilient Road Infrastructure, Worldwide Strategies to Face Climate Change and Extreme Weather Conditions Impact. Somebody noticed to me that we should have embarked some delay, therefore I would like not to abuse of the time at our disposal. Let me present our guests. Just in order, we have Mr. Roberto Arditi, that is the Scientific Director at SINA, SPA, an Italian engineering firm, and the Italian President of the Technical Committee Road Safety. Mr. Setsu Hirai, past Senior Director of the Overseas Projects at the Japanese Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Territory. And currently, Mr. Setsu Hirai is member of the Executive Committee of PIARC, and Mr. Hugh Gillis, Road Directors at Scotland Transport, member of the Executive Committee of PIARC. Then we have Professor Piero Boccardo,
full professor at Politecnico di Torino, director and president of Ithaca, he will explain what it is, and president of the Italian Technical Committee on Disaster Management. We have Dr. Jeff Allen, chief executive of the Australian and New Zealand's Austruts, vice president of the executive committee of PIARC and chairman of the PIARC Strategic Planning Commission. Last but not least, here in presence we have Marc-Henri Rubarenzia, head of research and development of the Ugandan National Roads Authority, vice president of the executive committee of PIARC. In addition to these guests in presence, we have two remotely connected speakers that I will introduce to you. The first one, who I will be giving the floor very soon, is Dr. Georgis Tsionis, scientific officer of the European Commission Joint Research Center, who I can see perfectly, who will be connected with us to provide us with an overview of the Joint Research Center activities and its role in developing regulations and supporting countries in adopting regulations on road infrastructure resilience. Please, Dr. Tsionis, for your presentation. Okay.
Well,
please,
thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me to this event. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but I'm happy to talk to you about some of the activities of the Joint Research Center related to the resilience of the European transport infrastructure. The European Commission's Joint Research Center provides independent, evidence-based science and knowledge supporting EU policies to positively impact society. We work closely with research and policy organizations in the member states, with the European institutions and agencies, and with scientific partners in Europe and internationally. The JRC offers scientific expertise and competencies from a very wide range of disciplines in support of almost all EU policy areas. JRC has about 2,800 staff and more than 50 large-scale research facilities that are located in 6 cities across Europe. To our topic of today, the JRC contributed to the 2024 European Climate Risk Assessment Report, which builds on and complements the existing knowledge base on climate impacts and risks for Europe. According to the report, Europe is facing more and stronger climate hazards with a significant impact on infrastructure and buildings. Extreme weather events are posing increasing risks to the built environment and infrastructure in Europe, as well as to the services they provide. Climate change can pose major risks to all modes of water and land-based transportation. This risk is even further exacerbated by the aging condition of much of Europe's buildings and infrastructure, as well as the growing demand for the services they provide. The Eurocodes are currently being updated to incorporate climate projections, and I would like to say a few words about the Eurocodes, a series of 10 European standards that provide a common approach for the design of buildings, civil engineering works, and construction products. They apply to bases of design, actions on structures, the design of concrete, steel, composite, timber, masonry, and aluminum structures, geotechnical design, and the design, assessment, and retrofit for earthquake resistance. There are parts dedicated to the design of bridges and the rules that are applicable to the design of underground structures. The European Commission issued the mandates to the European Committee for Standardization, in short CEN, for amending the existing Eurocodes and extending their scope. The ongoing standardization works covers, for example, the extension of existing rules for the assessment and strengthening of existing structures, rules for robustness, traffic loads, fatigue, fire safety, and of course, addressing relevant impacts of future climate change. The JRC developed and maintains the Eurocodes website you see on the screen, where you can find more information, news and events, free to download publications, background documents, and training material. The JRC collaborates with other services of the European Commission to support the promotion of policy and standards for construction outside Europe, for example, by raising awareness and building capacities for their implementation. The Eurocodes are adopted in the 31 member states of the European Union and the European Free Trade Association and the United Kingdom. They are adopted or are in the process of adoption in 9 other countries whose national standards bodies are full members of CEN, and in 13 countries with other status of affiliation in CEN. In addition, other 36 countries have expressed their interest in the adoption of the Eurocodes. The JRC convenes expert groups to provide scientific background and prospect standardization needs in new fields of design. For example, the expert group that performed a technical assessment on the applicability of Eurocodes for the design of underground structures delineated that the development of design standards for underground structures is feasible, and it would be advantageous to foster harmonization of design rules between countries. Other activities include the proposal of best practices for the elaboration of climatic maps for structural design and pilot studies to take into account climate change for the thermal design of structures. The expert network on fire safety engineering explores needs, possibilities, and feasibility for implementing fire safety engineering, and is proposing recommendations for research, standardization, training, and education. A very recent study evaluates the carbonation of reinforced concrete buildings in Europe induced by climate change and estimates the time of initiation of corrosion and the foreseen repair costs for different scenarios of climate change. The Trans-European Transport Network has about 1,500 kilometers of bridges and more than 1,000 kilometers of tunnels. The highway bridges and tunnels in this network in many European countries present structural deficiencies or are reaching the end of their design life. And these problems are often aggravated by reduced maintenance. However, the European Union framework programs for research have provided and provide significant funding for projects dealing with bridge safety, for example, regarding sensors and sensing techniques, modeling, decision support tools, asset management, and methods for repair. Other EU programs also provide funds for transport infrastructure. The national recovery and resilience plans earmark important amounts for transport and mobility, aiming to address the upgrading of suburban or regional public transportation networks, the safety of tunnels, modernization of bridges, and the construction of new bridges. Some of the actions that the JRC is considering for its next work program deal with a catalog of bridges and tunnels, common indicators, minimum requirements, guidelines for safety, operation levels and maintenance, tools to prioritize interventions and support planning and decision-making, valorization of research output, targeting in particular deployment in practice, and better alignment of future research with the needs of the sector. And of course, exploiting the digital transition with digital passports, tools for monitoring and analysis of information, and smart networks integrated with smart cities. In my last point, I would like to mention that the JRC opens its scientific laboratories and facilities to people working in academia and research organizations, industry, small and medium enterprises, and more in general, the public and private sector. The JRC, European Laboratory for Structural Assessment, operates Europe's largest reaction wall that is used for tests on full-scale specimens for the safety assessment of structures against earthquakes and other natural and man-made hazards. We recently assessed the structural behavior of a section of a tunnel that was built with a disruptive technology for the regeneration of tunnel lining. This extrusion technology produces tunnel linings with service life up to 100 years and can be up to 10 times faster than conventional operations. In addition, the use of fiber-reinforced concrete instead of traditional steel reinforcement leads to the reduction of CO2 emissions for the production and transportation of steel, and also an increase in productivity. And with this last example of experimental research at the JRC, I conclude my presentation and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tzionis, for sharing your presentation. Very interesting, and I think it is very important for us all to know the role of the European Commission with regard to road infrastructure resilience and its strategic role also in developing standardization for the benefit of different countries. Many thanks. I'm honored now to give the floor to Dr. Jeff Allan for a dive into the Australian and New Zealand's perspective on road infrastructure resilience. Dr. Jeff Allan is Chief Executive of Austroads, Vice President of Executive Committee of PIARC, Chairman of the PIARC Strategic Planning Commission. Please, Jeff.
Thank you, Gianluca. So I'll talk a little bit about the resilience experience in Australia and what we're trying to do. So Austroads is the Association of Australian and New Zealand Roads and Transport Agencies, and amongst other things, we are working to get harmonised practice across Australia and New Zealand. Australia is a federation, so there's a diverse set of approaches. Now, Australia, like Canada, as Joshua discussed earlier, is big. Unlike Canada, however, we don't have a lot of rail, we don't have a lot of snow, and we're nowhere near as polite. But we're hot, flat, and baking, and that will have implications for what happens on our road network, particularly with climate change. New Zealand, in contrast, is a lot smaller, it's more mountainous, but also is experiencing climate change. And how it manifests itself in Australia is pretty simply more floods, more droughts, more fires. And for us, given the dependency on road transport and big trucks, it has a profound impact. So the changes in Australia and New Zealand, it's warmed dramatically. So nearly 1.5 degrees in Australia, 1.2 in New Zealand, but significantly hotter in New Zealand at night. And it has resulted in what we have experienced is compounding weather events. So whether that is multiple rain events in a row, so intense tropical lows or cyclones, one after the other within a couple of months, either extreme droughts, which has a tendency to kill off significant portions of vegetation, then intense rain, which has significant problems for landslips, and also extreme heat and extremely hot wind, which is incredibly damaging and it leads to a lot more fires, which damages our road. So that leads me to the three things I will touch on briefly in the presentation: inundation, washouts, and fires, heats and drought. And that bridge there is as a result of Cyclone Gabrielle in New Zealand. And people who know where New Zealand is located, it is very far south. So to get hit by a cyclone is a rare, or was formerly a rare event. So inundation, because Australia is flat and the rain moves, or the water moves slowly, our roads go under for a long period of time. We're talking days and often weeks. So what we're trying to do, and we can't flood-proof it, and it just costs too much money to lift the roads out of the water and connect them. So what we plan to do, or what we are aiming to do in Australia, is increasingly make our roads more resilient and protect the communities where we can keep them protected and isolated and service them as best we can. So we're doing that by a number of ways, in terms of building and designing the roads, making wider seals and wider shoulders to keep as much water out and away from the structural parts as possible, working to have new bitumen types on the surface that protect the road and allow vehicles to get back on as soon as possible. And one of the things we're increasingly using in Australia is a thing called foamed bitumen, which is basically 97% standard bitumen with a foaming agent and a bit of water. And the benefit of using that is it can literally withstand being underwater for days, if not weeks on end, and it allows us to get vehicles back onto the roads as soon as or not quite as soon, but pretty soon after the water recedes, which means, again, getting into the communities and getting the things they need. Again, in a big country like Australia, our bridges, and given they go under for a long period of time, we're getting increasingly better at remote bridge inspections and using drones, etc., to inspect the bridges after they've been underwater, so we can get the trucks on, get the cars back in, and get those isolated communities serviced. Washout and scouring. When we do get intense rain events, we often get, as I say, washouts, and we're getting increasingly good at building back better and building back more quickly. And we're used to building back small bridges reasonably quickly, but as the weather is changing and bigger bridges are getting washed out, we're building back bigger bridges more quickly. And try saying that fast. The example on the screen there, and the photos we have, is of the Fitzroy River Bridge. Now, this bridge is in the extreme northwest of Australia. It's on the main road between the capital city of Western Australia, Perth, and the capital city of the Northern Territory, Darwin. When this bridge was washed out at the start of last year, it added 5,000 kilometres to the trip from Darwin to Perth. If you wanted to go from one side of the river to the other, by the shortest land route, when that bridge was gone, it was 16,000 kilometres. So the dependency on bridges and getting them rebuilt is important. So that bridge there, as I say, it was washed out in January, planned in April, tender awarded in May, and finished in December. We are getting better, and that bridge is 180-something metres long. So we are getting very good at building back bridges fast. And finally, heat waves and bushfires. Again, like Canada, like other parts of the world, we're getting hotter, drier, and more fires. So we're getting increasingly good at using different seals, like our colleague in Kazakhstan, to try and withstand the extreme heat, but also become extremely better preserving, but also trying to use less bitumen, just as Australia no longer refines petrol, so bitumen is becoming more expensive in Australia. So we are trying to use less of it. So again, we're trying to get better, stronger seals, but using less of it simply because of the cost as well. And as other people were talking about earlier, increasingly we need to, given fire intensity is becoming greater and more frequent, we are trying to better plan for escape routes, because we lose, when we have bushfires in Australia, usually dozens of people, whole communities can go. So we need to, and we are getting better at our escape routes around towns. And that's it. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Alan, for sharing with us the Australian and the New Zealand's perspective on how you are managing and facing the extreme climate hazards in your, as big as a continent, country, almost. It's now turn to listen to Mr. Roberto Arditi about how is going to be planned the Italian Technical Committee 1.4 planning of road infrastructure resilience. Mr. Roberto Arditi is Scientific Director at SINA, SPA, that is an Italian major road engineering firm, and historical presence in PIARC, Italy, and not only PIARC, not only Italy. Currently is the president of the Italian Technical Committee Road Safety. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. It's a special privilege to be here today, and I would say for at least two reasons. The first one, I'm honored to speak in front of the worldwide authorities, colleagues, and friends from PIARC. And the second reason is that I was not forecast to speak here. And that will be helpful also to reduce the time, as the chairman said at the beginning. Well, in fact, I am speaking on behalf of Marco Garozzo, that I'm bringing you my friendly hello from him, and the vice president of the committee. I was invited to speak to you. I'm working for SINA, said our chairman. That is an engineering company, is part of the ASTM group. The ASTM group, as you know, maybe, is operating the northwestern part of the network, of the main network in Italy, but is also a global operator of motorways. For instance, we operate 3,000 kilometers of motorways in Brazil and in other countries. Well, ASTM is is very deep in the activity of making sustainable the action, and to achieve this, the action was started from the scratch, I would say. It means from the financial part. And then, of course, if you want to make roads resilient, to make sustainable, you need to put money on this. And to this purpose, our group put down a bond that was open to the market of 2 billion euro that is linked to the sustainability. And then this is, now we are working to achieve that. I will try to go on. Well, now after this general introduction, I will go on on a technical example of what we are doing. We started a climate strategy sustainability that is starting from a global model that go to the regional model. As you know, Europe is more impacted than other parts of the world, and the south of Europe, it was especially impacted by the climate change. And then we arrive to the national plan for the climate, for the adaptation to the climate change. That is a plan made by the Italian Ministry of the Environment. And then from this kind of models, you can see two examples of where you can see what is the expected climate change on the area by our motorways. On the column on the right, you can see the key climate indicators that we selected. Sorry for the Italian. This is part of my involvement, last-minute involvement into this speech. Now I go, of course, we are the road operators. We know what is the business, what are the objectives of the activities, and then we need to check the performance, to achieve the levels of service. But we have now in front of us challenges that are coming from the climate change and natural hazard. I go on quickly on this, and then I am speaking on behalf of this committee, TC 1.4, and then they are planning to focus on strategical, technical, tactical, and applied planning expected on to enhance the resilience of the infrastructure, including methodologies of design to reduce the risk. In this, of course, weather, natural threats are included, geotechnical, but on the opposite, threats as terrorism and so on are outside of the scope being dealt by the Security Task Force in PIARC. Well, the planned activity is to extend what is done in the previous cycle to cover resilience with approaches to the climate change and other hazards. And on the other bullet, you have the best practice of organization. I started my speech saying what ASTM Group is doing from an organizational strategy. This is an example of what we are looking for in this cycle. This is the results of the previous cycle, and you see the national Italian report and the international report that have the same cover. This is one of our motorways and is an Apennine crossing, and then is a very difficult area, and is a very difficult area even from the point of view of the climate change adaptation and so on. Well, the activity will be, we will be, as I said, divided in two bullets. One is for engineering, and then in technical engineering to deepen, and it will is a sort of follow-up of the previous cycle, and the other is for the administrative experience. That is the plan, and that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arditi, for sharing with us your plan and best wishes for the best results from your work. It is now time to move to Uganda, and I'm happy to give the ground to our friend Dr. Mark-Henri Rubarenzia, head of the Research and Development Department at the Uganda National Roads Authority, Vice President of the Executive Committee of PIARC, for a local and regional perspective about regional programs in Africa. Yes, forward.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers and to all of you for kindly paying attention to me. I'd like to talk about people, because I knew I was coming after several eminent speakers, and so I didn't want to repeat a lot of the things, because we are technical people. So in some sense or other, we do exactly the same technical stuff. You know, there's a bit of nukes and the rest which are different. But I wanted to take over from where the president left off, which is about the people aspect of things. And so I'd like us to see that in everything we're doing, we're talking about mobility. It's human beings that are being moved. And so there is certain contextual aspects about them. Uganda is a low-income country. So in us developing proposals and suggesting them, and these then get taken up by, say, multilateral development banks, and they wrap development assistance into it. And so we find societies are forced to comply with certain requirements for which their economic level of development cannot quite afford. So I take the example of Uganda, but Uganda is typical of very many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, where you're looking at the GDP is about just over $1,000 per capita. And of that, we're talking about 15% or so of that household income is spent on transportation alone. So any measures that we are doing to improve the sustainability or improve the country's contribution to the global decarbonization agenda have got to bear in mind that if it is going to increase the price point of transport, it is going to take the household contribution to transport from 15% to a certain higher amount. Now that money could be then used for, say, education or healthcare or better nutrition. So those would be bringing things that would improve the human capital development. And that notwithstanding, the contribution of many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, Uganda is no exception, when you look at our global carbon footprint, it's negligible. You know, you don't want to put it on a pie chart. You want to put it in numbers, because you won't see it on a pie chart. So that's something we've got to bear in mind as we think about some of these countries and our contributions. So this here is an indication of the fleet in the country. We're talking about a country that has less than 2 million vehicles for the entire population of about 45 million people. So that gives you an indication of transport's overall contribution to the global footprint. And this is basically what you'd be looking at. I pick one of the busy urban places, but you can still see the infestation of motorbikes. So it's more than about 60% of the fleet is simple mopeds. And then when you go to the rural areas, it's about 100% is motorbikes. So when we're starting to think about decarbonization solutions, or when we're starting to think about what should a resilient road look like, this is what we should be thinking about. That notwithstanding, mitigation has always been a big issue. Even before the mitigation agenda came up, we looked at it as beautification. So you'll find most of the highways are greened. And there, that is His Excellency, the President. He's been championing clean and green transportation. He actually established a factory that's assembling buses, and he's looking at e-scooters. Our energy is completely renewable. We depend on hydroelectric power. So that's what makes this something very feasible, because when we talk about moving to a clean mode of transport, then we're not generating that energy from coal and just transferring its origin from vehicles to generation plants. But like I said in the beginning, we really need to put the socio-economic reality in context, because there is, of course, most of the vehicles, as you've seen, are dependent on petrol and diesel, but the quality of our infrastructure, Geoff talked about building back better. We have an opportunity to build better in the first place, because most of our infrastructure has not yet been built. But even that has been built is because we've not prioritized asset management. Maintenance has not been a priority. So you could comfortably say the infrastructure is in various stages of decay. So that is one of the challenges. And considering what everybody has said about what climate change is doing to our infrastructure, you can imagine what happens when you have those kind of conditions and a road network that is pretty sick. I talked about the impact of transport on household incomes. So that should kind of frame our thinking in developing solutions for sub-Saharan Africa, or determining the amount of contribution that sub-Saharan Africa should be expected to come up with. So that notwithstanding, we have been putting together some initiatives, not even quite thinking about them in terms of decarbonization. These are things that have been ongoing, but they would fit that agenda. And also they fit the sustainability agenda, because in doing that, building roads this way, they're more resilient. So it's really framing what has been done into a framework that helps structure government thinking. So we talk about optimizing construction practices, very simple things, basic things like route optimization, because physical planning is rather haphazard. You know, things grow, settlements grow organically. So we're beginning to think about route optimization, because if you can optimize the routes, then you're reducing travel times. Then you're reducing the carbon footprint. You know, so there's very simple initiatives that can be taken that are not going to increase. They'll actually end up reducing the contribution of transport to household budgets. So these are simple things that should be thought about. Alternative materials, there's been a lot said about that. I will, in the interest of time, skip some of the initiatives we're thinking about. And then integration of local knowledge and expertise. Very important, because when we're dealing with this and we say it begins with people, if we do not incorporate them in the thinking, bringing them in such a fora and bringing in NGOs and the rest to sit in here and discuss with us, if it doesn't start with human beings, then we are going to have a problem with sustainability. It's going to be at the technical level. We're going to do all our good stuff. We're all very good at that. But the president was talking about people coming back 2,000 years. I would challenge and say people coming back 50 years from now, will what we are doing be evident? So the sustainability issue means we've got to bring in local expertise and knowledge. And this here is just an indication. There's a lot of work that we've been doing. A lot of these we could only get to proof of concept, and then resources in one way or the other, either human resources because they're not around, or financial resources. Means we leave it at proof of concept. But for instance, if we got partnerships, then we could move from proof of concept to piloting and see how we can come up with a combination of external resources and internal resources to come up with context-specific solutions that will then be uptaken and will be sustainable in countries like ours. So what do I leave as a call to action then? Just three things. Context matters. This could apply to high-income countries as well. We have heard from our various speakers that their contexts differ and their approaches are different. Same thing with low and middle-income countries. Context matters. So we've got to come up with our technical solutions cognizant of the human beings that these solutions are being handed out to. And so our approaches to decarbonization and resilience should then literally not even be country-specific, but regional-specific, because like Geoff said, in Uganda you have a lot more variability. You've got plains through to mountains. So the approaches that are used in different places have got to be absolutely different. And then we've got to bring fora like these together. But I would say let's bring all stakeholders. Let's have the politicians in here. Let's have the NGOs in here. Let's have the researchers in here. We all need to come together and develop solutions, because we are looking for worldwide solutions that are going to affect us globally. So probably we should actually be moving away from country-specific approaches or regional-specific approaches and approach this as humanity and look at global solutions, because this is a global problem we face. So I hope I have jolted your thinking about some of these issues. My slides will be available, so you could go into the detail of it. But my good friend here said, just give the high-level overview. You're talking to smart people, they'll get it. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rubarenza, for your presentation and for your vision about the Uganda and the regional perspective on decarbonization and resilience of the road sector. It is time now for us to come back again to Italy, giving the floor to Professor Piero Boccardo with his overview both on the Italian Technical Committee 1.5 on disaster management and on the perspectives analyzed and studied at the Politecnico di Torino, where he is full professor in remote sensing, correct? Geomatics, remote sensing, along with director and president of Ithaca, a service provider of Copernicus satellite constellation. Please, give you the floor.
Thank you, Gianluca, and thank you for coming, and thank you for the invitation. I mean, I'm really in a rush because I have nearly 8 minutes, so I just want to introduce the team of this technical commission, and then also just showing you a little video that I have that is relating the service itself. So, I mean, of course, we have a problem with the climate, of course, so we are facing some very high changes that are related especially to heavy snowfall, droughts, wildfires, and whatever. And so, I mean, in the field of road management, of course, the key elements to consider when facing this kind of problems are the risk assessment and preventive planning, the improvement of infrastructure resilience, that is something that is dealing with the Technical Commission 1 for PIRC, the monitoring and the early warning system, the coordination of the communication, that is it's really important, and you will have some evidence later on. Then just to take into consideration what we are doing and what is already the mechanisms that are in place for emergency response, and then of course the recovery and restoration, as we saw in, for example, in Australia. All right, so I mean, when we are talking about this particular technical commission, I mean, we have some term of reference or references also agreed with the international parts, of course, that are dealing especially the advanced management of extreme weather events, like also, of course, it is very important, the social resilience of communities and public authorities in order just to give this impulse. Then the resilience of supply chain and infrastructure, that is important when facing these kind of problems. And especially important is what I want to stress also today is the international cooperation and information sharing, including also data analytics for disaster management in order to have a database of historical events and whatever, the early warning system, emergency plans and rapid response in order to check what is already available and what could be improved in the future, and then the urban adaptation and territorial planning. So, I mean, during the kickoff in Paris, just in February, we just agreed in this disaster working group just to have 3 main tasks that are related to coping with extreme weather, social resilience within communities and public authorities, and then also to tackle all the topics related to infrastructure resilience for supporting supply chain. All right, so from the operational point of view, activities also involve the distribution of a questionnaire to national contacts in order just to define and creating an operational manual. And so, I mean, we are also seeking some champions in order to have best practice to show to the whole international community. So I think, I mean, just to go to the other slides, I mean, as you see there, I mean, now Italy is in a privileged situation, whether, because especially, you know that Italy, our country, has an extreme efficient civil protection system that is, I mean, is working very, very well
from this point of view. The road concessionaries ensure a constant commitment to the protection to the asset they manage, and there are cutting-edge industrial and research realities that are working together. And then one of the things that is very important is that the country has the leading player of the European service, core service that is related to the emergency management service, and also we are implementing a very huge program that is coming from the recovery and resilience funding coming from the EC that is related to the build-up of a very huge constellation of satellites. So I mean, I just want to show you, if it's possible, if it's working, this
How does
video
Europe meet the
in order to
challenge of an
introduce
increasing
the
number of
service
natural and man-made disasters that are impacting the lives of millions of citizens around the globe? By forecasting, responding to, and building resilience to future disasters to help safeguard our people and our planet. More than 7,000 catastrophic events affect over 4 billion people every year. Since 2004, the European Union's Copernicus program helps to tackle these challenges. Its Sentinel satellites and ground observations provide us with valuable information about our Earth. Together with in-situ observations and models, 6 Copernicus services transform the data into products and services that are made available for free. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service, CEMS, is Europe's key source of information for early warning, monitoring, emergency response, and disaster risk management. The European Commission's Joint Research Centre operates this service for the benefit of all European citizens and the global community. CEMS supports all the phases of disaster management to save lives and protect assets by forecasting potential disasters and monitoring those currently taking place, providing fast emergency response information, and helping with effective recovery and building risk prevention strategies. It operates 24/7 and is available to EU member states and the global community. It also provides a wide range of freely available public information through interactive live maps, reports, and published maps. CEMS products are used by European Commission services, government authorities, international organizations, NGOs, companies, and citizens alike. 5 service modules offer comprehensive information for disaster and risk management. Rapid mapping delivers ready-to-print maps within hours to quickly visualize an event along with geospatial data for more detailed analysis. Risk and recovery mapping supports the preparedness, prevention, and restoration of affected areas. The European and global flood awareness systems provide flood hazard and impact forecast information for Europe and the rest of the world. This includes early flood warnings for riverine and flash floods, as well as continuous global flood monitoring. The European Forest Fire Information System forecasts and monitors wildfire activity in near real time and supports wildfire management authorities. The European and global drought observatories provide relevant information and early warnings for droughts, along with forecasts for both Europe and the rest of the world. An internal validation team checks the quality of CEMS products and fosters the continuous improvement of CEMS services. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service is Europe's strategy for a fast emergency response and effective disaster risk management.
All right, that's very important because I mean, I saw in Paris that there's a lack of information, and so I want also to provide on the fact that PIAC President and Secretary General are here, because I mean, that could be a possibility just to have PIAC fully on board of the system, because when we are working on that, for example, when there's a current emergency, the first layer that we are analyzing, of course, is the road layer, because of course they guarantee and we need to grant and to give the information about accessibility to the spots that are hit by a particular emergency. So I mean, one of the things could also to have a strict connection with PIAC International Organization and European Commission in order to do that. Consider that this is a European project, but it's not devoted only to Europe, because I mean half the emergency are outside Europe, so in Africa, wherever, in the States, also in Far East and whatever. So I mean, it's funded by the member states, but I mean, it's working worldwide. So I mean, and we have very, very a big amount of data because the service is available from the 2012, so it's more than 12 years that is available. And so, I mean, we have many, many different data. So you have also to consider that, I mean, in 3 years, we'll, as Italian, and I'm very proud of that, we will have also a very huge constellation of satellites that will acquire data in many different ways, both using active or passive sensors, and most of the data could be also used for road infrastructure. And the very last thing is that we want just to launch from the Italian committee the possibility to work on best practice. So I mean, my proposal to the friends that will be participating to the Italian technical committee is just to work on a very huge emergency that we had last year. It's a consistent flood in the northern part of Italy, because we have a bunch of data acquired both from the services, but both from other satellites and in situ, with data in situ. And so, I mean, we want just to replicate the operation there in order just to put together what is done from the services and what is done from the concessionaries, for example, in order just to have some processes and some possibility just to improve the service. Because of course, at the European level, I mean, the service needs you because, I mean, they want to have more data and they want to extract information that could be more useful for you. But also, I think that also the concessionaries can have some advantages in lives better with this kind of service. So thanks a lot, and that's the end.
Thank you very much, Professor Boccardo, for sharing this information, very useful. And I think at the end of the day that this kind of presentation are able to satisfy our expectations, higher expectation, that is just to share knowledge, especially for the useful information for mitigating these aspects. The next presentation is from another country, Mr. Hugh Gillis, that is member of the Executive Committee of PIRC, Director of Roads at the Transport Scotland, who will present to us how they tackle transport roads resilience in Scotland, plus some plan about how they are going to adapt in order to mitigate for the future. Please, Mr. Gillis.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for hosting me here in Rome. I'm going to reflect on President Ali's comments earlier about the Romans and their infrastructure. And it's pertinent, given we're talking about resilient infrastructure and building legacy. As we stand here in Hadrian's Temple in the centre of Rome, I'm also conscious that Rome had an attitude about protecting itself as a hazard. So they built a wall across Scotland to keep the rebellious Scots out. But I managed to make it today, so thank you for having me. I wear several hats today. Clearly I'm representing Scotland, but I'm also representing the United Kingdom. I'm also representing PIRC UK. I am also responsible for resilience within Transport Scotland and equality, diversity and inclusion, and a special shout out to Emanuela about inclusion and diversity within PIRC. Let me take the time to explain what we do within Transport Scotland, how we're constituted. I think it's important that I do explain that to you in terms of how we work across policy and operational delivery. We are an agency directly accountable to Scottish ministers, and I work with my colleagues in the senior management team, and we cover all aspects of operational and policy delivery for all transport, not just roads within Scotland. And that's important for reasons I'll highlight going forward. So that clearly means road, rail, aviation, ferries, bus, active travel, canals. And that affects all parts of society. We also work very closely with our UK colleagues. That's extremely important. We are a small island at the end of the day, and we are interdependent. Our economies are interdependent, as you would expect. And we also have the structure of how we are governed, because we have reserved powers to Westminster, the UK government, and we have devolved powers within Scotland. But It's clear when we meet the challenges of resilience and climate change that we have to work in a collaborative way to make sure we get the best for our citizens going forward. I was wondering about putting this slide in, but I'm going to leave it in because I'll talk more about adaptation and resilience, but I will, if we refer to our first session this morning, we were talking about decarbonisation. And the beauty of having an organisation like Transport Scotland in a small country is it means that I can work with my colleagues who develop policy, and I will work with them in terms of do they want road space for bus and active travel? Do they want road space for EVs? So it's very important we work together in terms of how we go about that. A little bit about how the United Kingdom and Scotland is governed in terms of resilience. I don't think it will come as a surprise, and many of you will do this within your countries, that you try to deal with things at a local level. But clearly, as things get more serious, things need to be escalated. Now, we use this model of resilience both in terms of climate change impacts and extreme weather, but we also take this approach to major events. I'm thinking here about COP26, which we co-hosted with Italy in 2021. I'm thinking of the death of Her Majesty the Queen a couple of years ago, and for counter-terrorism events such as the Manchester Arena bombing. In terms of, as I say, our governments like to try and deal with things locally, and then regionally, and then nationally as things start to escalate. And the Scottish Government SCORE, or in the equivalent of in England, United Kingdom COBRA, will come together and be active when you have amber or red alert for weather, very widespread impacts of weather, where red clearly is a threat to life. But obviously, in terms of what that means in terms of societal impacts, whether it's education, supply chain, health, all of these things are considered. I'm conscious of time, so I just want to use this second last slide to talk about both resilience, climate change, and adaptation. For those who know Scotland, you'll know we're a very wet country. I was admiring your rain earlier. We have plenty of rain in Scotland. We give you whiskey for the water, but we have plenty of rain. But coming back to the serious point about, we've heard from colleagues a few times today about where we are in terms of weather impacts and our changing weather. We have just had our 11th named storm over the season. That's only the second time that has happened, and it's the second time in a decade, so that's not good news. I'm going to talk about A83, which is in the northwest of Scotland. It links the Central Belt to the ferry port of Oban, which is very important for tourism, very important for whisky, very important for timber. But it's extremely wet part of the world at the best of times. But on the 6th, 7th of October last year, it experienced its wettest 2 days ever in terms of record. That is something. And the UK Met Office is now no longer talking about extreme weather in those terms. This is the new. We are dealing with this all the time. So this particular winter has been a game changer about our attitude to resilience. But just as an example, in the last 10 years, this hillside, which is probably about 900 metres high, it's had years and years, centuries maybe of landslides, but in the last 10 years, it's gone to a different scale. And it closes the road, and we've gone from maybe hundreds of tons to thousands of tons of material coming down the hill. It has boulders the size of maybe 100 to 200 tons, which would be 800 metres up the hillside. So by the time it gets to the road, it has ballistic forces, so it's just not something we can countenance. So we've put in short, medium, and long-term measures. Short-term measures, we've tried to put catch pits in, we've tried to put nets in, we have a weather monitoring system, we've heard from previous speaker about satellite tracking, all of that type of thing is what we've got going on in there. The medium term is to move the road to the bottom of the glen, or the valley, if you will, and then the long term is to move the road to some form of European-style canopy protection, and that is what we will do in terms of how we'll go forward with that. But it's necessitated a big change. And then just finally for myself, not dissimilar to what you heard from colleagues from America, we've moved to have some form of adaptation framework policy, and you can find this online, and it will cover all modes of transport. But for me, as Director of Roads, I'm looking to target vulnerable locations, I'm looking to increase my budgets, I'm using to use technology to make sure I can deliver safe and reliable resilient networks, and particularly on roads. So I'll rest there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gillis, for sharing with us the vision of the Transport Scotland in managing resilience, especially with this quite full comprehensive point of view. I'm honored now to give the floor to our friend Mr. Setsu Irai, who is the last physically present here, member of the Executive Committee and, please come, Vice President of the Strategic Planning Commission of PIARC. Setsu Irai was Senior Director of the Overseas Projects Division at the Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism of Japan. And Mr. Setsu Irai will present a Japanese perspective on the resilience, sharing with us his great expertise on the matter. Please, Setsu.
Thank you, Gianluca. First of all, I am very happy to present something in this beautiful venue. So I'd like to present Japanese perspective. I begin with Japan's situation in disaster hazard. First one is extreme weather. We have very heavy rainfall, very heavy, the frequency of heavy rain augmented by 1.44 times in these 40 years. The recent most severe damage was brought by 2019 East Japan typhoon, where 91 people died. As such, we have almost every year great typhoon and great severe rains. Earthquake. Japan is famous for its frequent earthquake. 20% of world big earthquake occurs in Japan. The most recent one is Noto Peninsula earthquake, which occurred the first day of this year. Notably, especially, the damage to road infrastructure was severe, which caused 3,000 of people isolated from any transport, from any supply of electricity or food. So with this severity as a background, we established a legal framework for resilience. This was a basic act for national resilience, which enacted in 2013. Of course, the background of this legislation is the Great East Japan earthquake, which occurred in 2011. This act defines organization first, National Resilience Promotion Headquarters established, which is headed by Prime Minister. And for planning, for the planning, this act defines fundamental plan for national resilience. It was decided by the cabinet in July 2023. This was in accordance with National Special Planning, based on the National Special Planning Act. So the National Development Plan and National Resilience Plan is in accordance. So for the implementation plan for the fundamental plan for national resilience, we established a 5-year plan, the 5-year acceleration plan for disaster. This was a cabinet decision in 2020. This plan defines concrete items of countermeasures with the amount of 15 trillion yens. That equals to 90 euro billion. I have to report recent movement. We amended Basic Act for National Resilience to include article for the National Resilience Midterm Implementation Plan. So this 5-year plan would be promoted to rise the rank as a law-based plan from cabinet decision. Financial aspect. We have a long history of declining national budget for public works since 1998 to 2013. But in recent years, this acceleration plan and urgent plan for resilience accelerates the countermeasures for resilience. I would like to introduce some road-related countermeasures. The most important one is building disaster-resistant national arterial road network. This figure depicts network diagram of high-standard roads of Japan. You may see this is well-organized and well-networked, but we have still the sections of what we call missing links. That's to say, sections interrupted, about 200 sections. And we also have 2-lane sections, one lane only to each direction. So this plan ameliorates, improves those sections. And this plan defines some other useful countermeasures, such as in the middle, removal of utility poles. We have huge number of utility poles, and they harm circulation in case of earthquake. And what is characteristic is number 3, utilize elevated road sections at for emergency evacuation sites. We install evacuation passage at the elevated sections. This countermeasure was proved to be effective when the East Japan great earthquake. So future view, I'd like to introduce new pillars in the fundamental plan for national resilience, cabinet decision, use of digital technology. For example, securing transport with digital technology, such as stuck vehicle detection system. This is almost popular in Japan, and enhancing local capacity of disaster mitigation. Local resilience, the word local resilience is prevailing in Japan because the damage is more and more localized in Japan. And another aspect is financial point, securing the future investment plan that succeeds after current 5-year acceleration plan, after current plan. This should be a most important political movement concerning resilience in Japan. That's all of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hirai, for sharing this presentation, which I personally found quite plenty of useful and inspiring insights. I would like now to close the panel with a remote connection of Professor Carlota Rodriguez. acting disaster risk data governance and policy design specialist at the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, the UNDRR, Arab Scientific Advisory Group, STAG, will be connected with us. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Connected with us, and she's going to share with the audience about the United Nations role in harmonizing approaches to disaster management amongst different countries. Please, Professor Rodriguez, I give you the floor.
I don't know if you can hear me, I hope so.
Yes, we can.
I'll switch my camera off. Okay, I will switch my camera off because I'm on a field mission in Algeria and the connection is not really the best. So thank you for having me today. I'm just going to talk a bit about what the Arab STAG, which is the Scientific Technical Advisory Group of the UNDRR, is doing at the moment on something very specific, which is the evolution and convergence of disaster risk reduction, climate change and sustainable development in terms of reaching resilience. So if you can start with the first slide, please. Okay, so basically here I'm not going to explain all of this because I'm pretty sure you are familiar with this. However, this is just an understanding of how the three international frameworks that we have today on sustainable development goals, Sendai framework and Paris agreements on climate change, basically converged in 2015. So these three realms have always been kind of separate, if you want, till 2015. And in 2015, finally, we released three frameworks that kind of converge in the sense that even the Sustainable Development Goals started by being, let's say, economic goals mostly. And then we transitioned to the SDGs, which also cover environment, and social aspects of sustainable development, of development, let's say, which became sustainable. On the other side, we had the RR frameworks, which are used to be based on impact assessment, and response, basically. So now we move from impact to preparedness and to pre-disaster situations, focus on pre-disaster activities. And climate change, again, is slowly connected to how we develop. So here in the second slide, you can actually see, again, something that I think most of you practitioners are familiar with, but it's basically describing the disaster response curve. So trying to understand, to explain how development, let's say, is, aside from that we always want to recover, as far as two factors that are definitely related to development and the way we also approach climate change, or level of well-being, as the World Bank calls it, but basically it's the situation before the disaster. So where we start is our starting point. And it's based on how we develop, it's based on how we prepare. So the higher this level of operativity, the lower the chance that we will reach a point in, going down in the loss of operativity of no return. So the point where, like Haiti, for example, we will never be able to go back to a pre-disaster situation. And the other thing is direct and indirect loss. So how much of this operativity we lose also depends on these so-called resilience, which everybody talks about. I even did a PhD on resilience assessment, and still, I'm pretty sure that if I asked you, all of you, a definition of resilience, you will give me 45 different definitions. So next. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So basically, on a practical scale, because obviously we only have a few minutes, and I just wanted to point out a few practical, field issues that we encounter all the time by not integrating these three realms. First of all, the one that everybody's interested in is budgeting. So we have a lot of duplications of budget lines because UNDRR does something, UNDP does something, but at the national level, you are very familiar with the fact that if we want to build resilience, we have to deal with the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Interior, Civil Protection, so Prime Minister's Office, and Ministry of Water Resources, and so on and so on. So each one of these organizations will have their own budget line. And unfortunately, many activities, if we understood how these activities are connected, we would avoid doing things twice, which is in most cases what we do. Also, in terms of policies and regulations, we have a lot of gaps and overlapping between policies. Between development policies, economic development, social development, disaster risk reduction, prevention, building back better. Every organization, every ministry has their own regulations, guidelines, policies, handbooks, and unfortunately, or fortunately, now they're overlapping even more. But that means that we have a need to make them converge, as we say. So we need to have 7 different regulations, but we might want to have one that covers them all. Lexicon is something I already told you. I mean, this is, we talk about resilience, but again, resilience, vulnerability, capacity, even risk itself, these are all things that if we don't agree on the term, it's not just an exercise, let's say, it's an issue that basically, if you don't know what you're talking about, if you cannot define it properly and consistently, once you put down an action plan, let's say, you will have all different objectives. So if we want that and reach the same objectives, literally we are duplicating everything. We go to collect information, and I'm giving you this information, and I swear you didn't give it to me. I don't know who you gave it to, but it wasn't us. So we have a lot of practical issues and financial issues that come from non-integration of lack of integration of all these 3 realms. What UNDRR does, because that's the question that we always get. We can go quickly to the last slide. What we do is basically, next please. Yes, thank you. So what we do is basically trying to harmonize that. So we have a lot of projects, and I keep having the same question. What does UNDRR do? What does the STAG do? We try to basically combine all these approaches so that at least we can compare, at least we can learn from other countries' experience, both in terms of development and disaster risk reduction and climate change. So the first thing we provide is always a methodology, let's say, or we literally go in the field. We always have representatives. I represent the Gulf, for example, in the Arab STAG, because the approach is very similar in all the Gulf countries, the 7 Gulf countries. But we have the representatives from all the 22 Arab states, and this is only one regional office, but we have other offices in Asia, Pacific, in Africa, Europe, South America, and so on. So we are present in every country, and we provide this kind of necessary harmonization of policies and regulation. We try to provide structures for a standard operating procedures, for a connection and data sharing. Basically, we just published a report on the management of data and information in policy making and decision making. So we try to provide this kind of consistent approach. Obviously, our goal is to save lives, like Sendai dictates. We have to save lives, we have to reduce economic loss, but we also want to have peace and stability that are necessary for the development of countries, because disasters are a development issue. And poverty, for example, that comes from disasters is a development issue and will affect the way countries respond to future disasters. Also, it's a cycle, and we need to tackle it this way. There are lots of points here, for example, help in the preparation of budget lines. There are joints between ministries, data collection. That's also something that we try to share with different organizations so that you know who has what. But I don't want to, I will give you this presentation so you can read them by yourself, and obviously you can reach out if you want more information on the work that UNDRR and in particular the staff does in the field. And yeah, I will stop here because I know we are running late and I'm out of time. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rodriguez, again, for sharing the important role of the United Nations with regard to the disaster risk reduction. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask you to kindly join me for sharing our congratulations to all the panelists, all the speakers for their very interesting presentations as we are at the end of the session number 2 of this international workshop. Thank you very much. I'd like now to kindly invite you to join me on the stage just for the key sessions, highlights, and closing remarks. Emanuela Stocchi, ISCAT Director of International Affairs and Executive Committee member of PIARC. Patrick Mayejac, PIARC Secretary General. Professor Claude Van Roten, immediate past President of PIARC and member of the Executive Committee.
Thank you so much, Gianluca. Thanks everybody again for being here. We are a little bit late, so I would like just to say that it was really a good exercise that we make to have the experts of our technical committees in Italy together in the technical session with the experts and members of the executive committee, and to have this overview from all the PIARC countries. It was underlined the importance of the international collaboration, partnership, and knowledge sharing. And as I said in the beginning, PIARC is really the privileged place and observatory to undertake this international cooperation. We will have a wrap-up, a summary of the presentations. We will put also the presentation at the disposal of the participants. Thank you again, and I invite Patrick Mayejac for the key highlights. For a final word of wisdom, Claude Van Roten. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone, and to Emanuela and Gianluca in particular for this excellent workshop. A number of takeaways is that we heard about a number of disasters, earthquakes, floods, fires, landslides all over the world. So there are indeed similarities if we look at the issues that we all face as regards transportation, infrastructure, and roads. So there's really ground for the road community to share knowledge across countries, which is what we've done today and we continue doing. We've also noted that even if we, and we are doing it, even if we avoid transportation, if we shift transport, either freight or passengers, to other modes of transportation, roads are here to stay in the foreseeable future. Maybe not for 2,000 years more, but hopefully what we build has to last long and has to be efficient. And we've seen examples presented by Jeff Allen regarding binders and polymers that can resist more. And we've seen examples from Mark Henry presenting that paved roads actually lead to lower greenhouse gas emissions and lower fuel consumption. So there are things that can be done, and Setsuo indicated that budgets might be needed to do that. And I would like to highlight, and this will be my last word, what has been presented by a colleague from the United Nations, that sometimes we confuse resilience and decarbonization. They are related. One is about avoiding greenhouse gas emissions. The other one is about adjusting to the consequences of disasters, including those caused by climate change. But they are very related, because if you want to build better, if you want to build back better and improve the roads, those are significant investments, and they have to take into consideration everything that and all the constraints that we have to face. So with that, thank you again to our hosts, to our speakers, and to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Let me say, dear friends, I will not say Mr. President of that, Mr. President of that, no, dear friends. I want to acknowledge the friendship of the Italian delegation and PIAC in general. And I look, of course, to my friend Domenico, but not only to him, also Emanuela, everybody here in the room. You are thirsty, you are hungry, so I don't want that you become angry when I speak too long. But the history of Rome is, of course, longer than that from PIAC. PIAC, Belgium, we were founding members in 1909, and Italy was already there in 1913, if I'm right, or 17. It's not important. But the collaboration, that is the goal, and a fantastic result that we reach today. Thank you for organizing this seminar, which is an added value for our executive committee, because we discussed about efficiency, money, and so on the last days. Now here we discuss about extremely important thematics. And if we here all, as human beings, are not able to reach peace, let's reach resilience, let's reach the social goals, the economic goals, and the roads that we represent are so important. Let's keep them important. I remember in the first decade of the year 2000s, we were only killing the roads, or they are polluting, they cost too much money, they are killing people. Well, we are going to prove now, and we are busy with that, that with the efforts we put together to reach resiliency, to see that we are going to decarbonize things that 15 years ago we thought we cannot reach it. Well, you have all, I am not a speaker specialist, but you have all proven that we are going to reach those goals. So fantastic, thank you very much, and safe travel.
Grazie.
Recording stopped.